because well, ever. Okay, now we can't go back in time, but if we could, who would want to be on the front end of that? If you knew they were going to have what 3 million members, do 4 billion in revenue, who in the room would want to go back to that if you could?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, nobody. You're in the wrong place. Let me ask you something real quick. Who in this room wouldn't raise their hand no matter what I said to you right now? Raise your hand. So the bottom line is, what I admire about this gentleman more than anything is that he's not gonna ever tell you to do anything that he wouldn't do.
That's true.
Because the last thing that I would ever want to do is go through a training with a person that's not willing to do the work themselves. Well, he's willing to do it. Okay, so anywhere you can pull a group together, guess what? Wes is there. That's all that needs to be said about this individual, because I don't care who it is, with or without anybody in this room. I believe this company is going to be $1 billion company. And let me put it this way, with or without anybody except me in this room, this company would become $1 billion company. So what I want you guys to do is this, okay? I know that many of y'all had early flights and you might be tired, that kind of thing. I want you to come to your feet and I want you to give it up for Wes Melcher. Okay?
Right. Well, good morning, everybody. It's gonna be a fun day, but it's gonna get more fun as the weekend goes. I mean, I know from a logistics standpoint, this part probably doesn't seem as fun because you're literally in my favorite place on earth. And so how incredible is this place? I mean, I can remember the first time I came here, and it was about 25 years ago. And I consider myself, a visionary, a dreamer. But when I walked up to this property and saw it, I was like, this is a whole different level of dreaming, because this is, to me, it's almost surreal. I mean, you could look at visionaries and people in business who have built big businesses. And obviously people talk about Walt Disney a lot, because obviously you go to Disney World and that's a pretty incredible place. But I still think when you walk up and you see, and there's a video that they used to play in the rooms, and I don't know if it's still on there, but if you turn your TVs on in your room and you go to like the Atlantis channel, they talk about and they show how it was built and how it was conceived. And the guy who built this place is a guy named Saul Kerzner. And the way that they constructed it and the way that they put it together really was a partial reconstruction and research on the lost city of Atlantis, right? It's kind of where the idea came from. And I think it's very fitting that today's training is going to be a lot about vision and purpose and really what you're here to achieve and what we can achieve together. Because I don't think that there's a place on earth that has an exhibition of this level of creativity, but also execution, right? Because I think, an idea and a dream without execution, really nobody will ever know about. Nobody will ever see it, or it won't appear the same way. But this was a place when I got here for the first time 25 years ago that I literally feel like walking around the first time that I was here. Everywhere I walked, I was blown away. So if you've not gotten a chance to really explore yet, I encourage you to get the most out of this experience. And I encourage you to look at it from a different perspective. Look at it from a different level. Because when you see the thought process that was put into every aspect and every component of this place, I think you'll appreciate it from a different level. And I think that video still plays. It's been playing ever since I've been here. And they talk about where things were imported from. I mean, they brought in stone and sea life. They have the world's largest grouper in captivity, which I've I've helped donate over the years to that in the casino here that paid for that grouper because they took it from somewhere else in the world. And there's a whole story about bringing the largest grouper in an aquarium to the Atlantis. And you'll see him if you go down to the Royal Tower lobby, and that's where the dig is. So I encourage you to go through the dig. You can go through there and see all of the different, they've got a bunch of different marine life there. When you go out of the Royal Tower towards where the flying fish statue are, which is a whole nother thing. And then the Pegasus, and then there's a story about the Pegasus when you come into the Royal Tower lobby, which a lot of you came into Coral Tower. So that's why I'm encouraging you to make sure you go see all these things, because the Pegasus, from what I remember from the video, they were originally not supposed to be Pegasus. It was supposed to be something different, and they wound up deciding to do that. So when you come into the Royal Tower lobby, it's the Pegasus, the flying horses, and then when you go out of the Royal Tower towards the Royal Deck, where we were last night, I'm sure most of you saw it, that's where you have the flying fish. Well, flying fish are very common in this area. And if you've never seen them, that's another cool experience because they literally can come out of the water and fly for what seems like to me, in layman's terms, watching them for literally 50 to 100 yards. And you should always remember that if they're flying, they don't do it recreationally, right? This is their defense mechanism. So something made them do that, So there are fish that are chasing them. And so all of these different components to this place, I think, really set the tone for what we're going to talk about today, because we're going to talk a lot about vision and what we're going to be able to do and what we're going to create here at Bryte Lyfe, because this place, probably more than anything else that I've been to and travel, and I've been doing this for 30 years. And so looking back and even saying this now, this place could have had an impact on me and where I've been over the last 30 years, because I came here over 25 years ago before I started my first travel company. So even just talking about this now, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe this is part of the reason why, I got into the travel industry, because I grew up in a small town in West Texas. And I didn't even get on a plane until I was in college. So I never grew up the way my daughter grew up, because she's grown up with me being in the travel industry and has lived differently. And, I didn't have a passport until I was 23. And so I think my passion for travel and my craving for travel came from lack thereof. I was landlocked in West Texas. There was no water around. The water that was what we called water, most of you would not. They were very dark, cloudy lakes that a lot of you probably wouldn't even get in. But that was the water that I grew up around. And so, I've always had this connection with water. I've always had this feeling of peace when I'm around it, when I'm near rivers, oceans, beaches. And so I think this place is a place where you can go walk around this weekend and really just think about where you see yourself and what you want to get, but also a reminder of what's possible. Because after Saul Kersner built this place, he built a few additional places that are very similar. And obviously the Atlantis in Dubai is even one up to this place. They just added a new wing it's called the Royal at the Atlantis in Dubai. And those rooms at that property start at about $5,000 a night at that special wing. And so I was just there a couple of years ago when they were finishing that. And it's an incredible property. And my brain is not an engineering brain. So when I walk around and see a lot of these places, I have a lot of questions, because I don't understand how you can put all of the steel and components in a building and it stands and it doesn't topple over. And I think this sometimes when I get on planes too, because I get on a plane and I'm like, this is crazy. This is a big piece of steel flying at 500 miles an hour with 500 people on it. And how does it even do that? Because if you think about where we've been just in the last, 80 years or 100 years of flight, from a rickety little, couple of pieces of, fiberglass or plastic with a propeller on the front to where we are now with jets and now with everything that they're doing with Elon Musk and space and talking about colonizing Mars and where we've gone. What's happened in our world in the last 100 years has never happened before in the history of civilization. And so we're in a very unique place where we are right now. And today is going to be a lot about that. It's going to be about vision. It's going to be about goal setting. It's going to be about, what can you do to make your dreams come true? Because your dreams and my dreams may be completely different. But I think that this is the best possible place for us this weekend to take some time for reflection. And we're going to talk about goals today. And we're going to talk about what our dreams are. We're going to do some vision boards, and we're going to talk about what we want to get out of our lives. And yours may be completely different than mine, and that's okay. Yours may be completely different from your neighbor, and maybe even completely different from your spouse. And that's one of the things I think is important about sharing your goals and sharing your dreams and sharing your visions. And I've never been one to be short on sharing those things. And I think that that's served me over the last 30 years because I like talking about these things. Because, it's crazy to me that as children, if you go into a classroom of first graders and you ask them what they want to be when they grow up, the answers are much different in a first grade classroom than they are in a 12th grade classroom. And part of that bothers me because when you ask those same kids in first grade what they want to be when they grow up, and then you go ask them in the 12th grade what they want to be when they grow up, we've lost so much ambition and vision and dreams and starting to go into the boxes that society puts us into. And so I don't know why that happens and why it happens so quickly, but I love being around kids because children have this, unfiltered, right? They'll tell you, right? Kids, that's the one thing about kids, right? They tell you what they think. And I haven't lost that part. So sometimes I piss people off because I still have my same filter that I had, I think, when I was in the first grade. So I still tell people what I think. But I think society starts putting us into these boxes and into these paths that are what society needs us to be, not what we really want to be. And so you wind up getting to a point where you're finishing school and you just have to start settling for whatever it is that the boxes are that people have told you, your teachers have told you, your family has told you are safe. And the sad thing about it is that I think most people do not do this in a malicious intent. They don't do it to hurt you. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think most people tell you those things to direct you into a box or into a path to protect you. So it's crazy when you think about it because people are trying to help you, but what they're doing is they're discouraging your dreams and your dream building and your ambition to try to keep you from, in their opinion, hurting yourself or being disappointed or facing rejection. Because as humans, rejection is one of the biggest problems that we face. It's one of the most painful things, right? I always give when you talk about rejection, I talk about dating analogies. And to me, it's like a simple way to break it down, right? Is how many times I look at it from a guy's standpoint, do you not, when you're single, do you not ask a woman or pursue because of the fear of rejection? And so if you're willing to not pursue what your feelings are, or what your emotions are because of fear of rejection of that, where else does that show up in life? And so where do we start settling in our lives to where we just take the easy path? We take the path of least resistance. We take the path that our friends and family want us to do, what our spouses want us to do, what's safe, what's natural, less risk. Because let's be honest, as children, we don't have to worry about risk as much. So we can dream bigger and we can think bigger because somebody else is taking care of us, right? So I think the problem becomes we dream less and we think less and we are less ambitious because the fear of rejection, but also the fear of failure, which is essentially the same thing, winds up becoming the reason why we don't pursue whatever it is that we're pursuing. Why do we not call and invite somebody to a presentation? Why do we not expose somebody? Well, we give excuses, right? So we make an excuse why. Well, she won't do it because of this. He won't do it because of this. They've got too much money. Oh, they'll never do one of those deals. They'll never do that. They already have too much money. They're too successful. They're too cool. They would never, they're in the country club world, or they're in this, or they're in that. And we start telling ourselves all of these excuses, because what's happened is, as we've grown, people continuously discourage us, not, like I said, in a malicious way, but they do it, they think, to try to protect us. And so one of the things that I'm going to encourage you to do today as we talk about these things is to take off all of those preconceived notions, take off all of the limitations that are there. And I want to encourage all of you to go back in time to when you were a first grader and you did answer the question with, I want to play for the Celtics whenever I grow up, right? Now, at some point, Noah and I both realized that we were probably a little too short, a little too slow, and it wasn't going to happen. Okay. But I wanted to be a professional athlete. I wanted to be a professional basketball player, but I was slow. I couldn't jump, and I didn't have a lot of natural ability. But I was a really good basketball player whenever I was younger. And the reason is because I outworked everybody. My parents had to bring me in every day. I can't even tell you the amount of times that I came in from the gym or from the playground and had blisters on my hands because I was playing basketball until my parents made me come inside. So I was all city, I was all district. I was a good basketball player for a guy who was very slow, couldn't jump. I had like a 3-inch vertical, but I outworked everybody. And so what I want to do today is I really want to try to reprogram where we are and where we've been and go back in time to dream like a guy who built this place dreams. Because I have to assume, because I'm sure that they raised a lot of money to build this place. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars building it. I have to assume that, and I've heard it from Walt Disney too, there were a lot of people that told him no whenever he was trying to raise money and he was trying to do the things that he was trying to do. But I have to guess Saul Kurz, the guy who built this place, was told no many times, and was rejected, and was told that it wasn't going to work, and was told that it was too big, and that it was going to be too expensive, and that there was too much risk. And so how do you handle those conversations? Do you go back to the box? Do you fit in the box? Or do you say, you know what? Okay, if it's a no from you, then that just means I've got to go find somebody else where it becomes a yes. And so I've been doing this training that we're going to go through today, some components of it now, for almost 30 years. So when I started in the direct sales industry back in 1997, there was, so I worked for Cutco Knives, and also known as Vector Marketing. And Cutco's sales volume was built around a college recruiting model, okay? And this is why I want to talk about this today, because it's so powerful when you can flip a switch and change a perception, and all it takes is the action to go behind it to make it happen. Because, so Vector Marketing was established in the 70s, and it was a concept that was originally started by a friend of mine named Don Frieda. Cutco was part of Alcoa Aluminum. Company's been in business now for almost 100 years. When I was there and I signed up as a rep in the summer of 1997, they were about 50 years old. So this is a 50-year-old company, but Vector had only been around since the 70s. Well, what was interesting is that nobody had ever recruited college students to sell Cutco. It was only done door to door by professional salespeople up until the 70s. And they did some little trade shows and county fairs and some of those types of things, but it was primarily professional salespeople doing door-to-door sales. Nobody had ever done it with students. So they started vector marketing in the 70s. And the idea was is college students are looking for work in the summers. So Vector started recruiting college students and high school grads in the summer in the 70s. And this one marketing arm was a team. This was just a team inside of Cutco. It was a distributor, all independent contractors. And they started this in the 70s. And by the 80s, Vector was accounting for 90% of all of the volume that Cutco sold. Okay. So in a 10-year period, it went from that was a teeny tiny team, one component of the program, to basically 90%. So they wound up acquiring Vector. They made the guy who started it a vice president of the company. And that became how the company sold their products. So here's what was interesting. That also meant that the summertime was about 80 to 90% of the volume of what was sold every year. So they basically sold nothing from September to May, and they sold 90% of what they did as a company. At the time, they were doing probably 70, 80, $100 billion in revenue back then. They were doing it all in a 3-month period. So they were like, how can we change this model? How can we do something that will create sales at a different time? How can we look at this demographic and look at this, market and figure out a way to do something different to create volume and business in another time? And so part of today, what we're going to talk about is the ability to be a creator, right? So there's a big difference, in my opinion, in this industry and being a facilitator. And there's some people that make it to the top of businesses like this as a facilitator. And then there's what I call creators. And creators are people that doesn't matter what company they do or what business they build, they can come in and build it because they create. Facilitators are almost kind of in what you hear, right place, right time. The right person shows up. It was a new fad. It was a peptide, or it was a new green coffee bean, or it was first it was the mangosteen, and then it was it was the noni berry, and then it was the magic blueberry from Alaska. Like, you have these things. And so and to me, those are facilitators, right? You just come in, right time, right place. It's a very short flash in the pan. But then you have creators. So what I want to focus on today is being creators. And what we do as creators means that we're making our mark. We can recruit no matter what the rhetoric is, no matter what's going on. And I've been able to prove that. And I'm going to walk you through that today. And so what happened was a group of us in Cutco got together and we decided to create this January program. Okay. And this happened in the late 90s, early 2000s. And so that's why I said I've been doing this now for almost 30 years. So what our plan was to recruit all of the college kids that came home for Christmas break and do a blast on all the campuses during final weeks and put all of the offices numbers where they would be going home for the Christmas break. And we created a marketing plan where we told them, make $2,000 to $3,000 while you're home over Christmas break. So it was a completely new program, invented out of thin air. Cutco had never sold anything in January before. And so all managers, we all teamed up together in all of our markets because students leave. And so we made these global flyers for the entire country and all the college campuses, and built a place where you could actually go and see where you could work over this 2 to 3 week period over the holidays in what we called the January program and make this money. Well, we did it. And that first January, we did about a 7,000% increase over the January sales company-wide that had ever happened before. It wasn't just a couple 100%. It was like 70 times what had ever been done before. And it happened in a very small window of time. And now the January program for Cutco accounts for about 20 to 25% of their total year's volume. And so the reason I bring this up is because this is about the difference between being a creator and being a facilitator. Because if you can do it, if you can create it, and if you can create the activity and we can all do it together, we can create the same effect. Because we have an advantage that they didn't have. And the advantages for us is that January for most people is about New Year's resolutions. Okay. And so we were marketing to a group of students who were captive at home and didn't really have anything to do. And they had an opportunity to make some quick cash while they were home over the break. But we have an audience that's much broader, that's much bigger, because we have people that are looking for a change, right? And what's crazy is that this is a limited window. That's why this meeting happening now and why we did it this week is so important, because the biggest month for joining gyms in the United States is what? January. But here's what's crazy. Guess what the biggest cancellation month is? February. That's right.
That's crazy.
So this is important, and this is important for us for a couple of reasons. Okay, number one, our retention right now with Bryte Lyfe is the highest that myself or anybody I've shown it to, that I have friends that have been in the industry longer than me and about as long as I've been. And then Jake, my partner, is affiliated with companies and has run companies and run logistics for companies that do billions of dollars in revenue. And nobody has seen a startup company with the retention that we have. Nobody's even seen a long-term legacy company with the retention that we have. And we haven't even had anybody take a bucket list trip. We've just awarded our first bucket list trips. I'm convinced that where we are right now in retention, a year from now, will be double. And we're on track for our first 12 months to have an over 30% annual retention. And if you guys remember from the training I did a few months ago, Herbalife's annual retention for their customers, and they're a multi-billion-dollar company, basically one of the biggest, if not the biggest, they go back and forth 1 and 2, is 14%. So when they put in 100 customers over the course of a year, at the end of the year, they have 14 left. We're going to be more than double that in our first 12 months. And so when you look at where we are right now from a retention standpoint, our biggest cancellation month is not going to be February. See, the difference between having success here as a member is that you don't have to go to the gym every day to maintain. See, the gyms, everybody joins because of New Year, New You, but that is much harder to maintain. And once people fall off the wagon, you're like, okay, I tried it for a couple of weeks. It's for me. I didn't lose any weight. I didn't see any progress, you know. And the thing is that when you're going and you're trying to change your whole body, your whole physical appearance, you can't do that at 30. But I'm also going to challenge you, because you can't change your financial future. You can't change your Bryte Lyfe destiny in 30 days either. So I'm talking to you as reps today, as influencers. We're going to retain the customers, but not everybody is going to do what we're going to do. And so you can't say, well, I've been doing it, Wes, for 30 days or 60 days. How come I'm not rich yet? How come I'm not a Lifer 800 or a Lifer 1600? I've been doing it for 5 months or 6 months. This is not get rich quick, right? Because companies that are get rich quick, they don't last. You saw all of these crypto things, these trading things, these scams, these bots. Yeah, you can come in and make a few $100. You can make a few $1,000, but it's not going to be in business a year from now. It's not going to be in business 6 months from now. So if you're only making $300 a month right now or $800 a month right now, there's a really good chance that even if you just kind of plateaued and just took it easy, you could still be making $300 or $800 a year from now. Those other companies are already out of business. So this is not get rich quick. This is get rich slow. But it's also the same when you go to the gym. You don't turn into Arnold Schwarzenegger in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. You can't say, well, Wes, I did my meetings for 4 or 5 months. How come I'm not rich yet? How come I'm not Lifer 7,500? Well, here's the thing. You also don't become Arnold Schwarzenegger with one workout a week or one Zoom a week or one meeting a week. People that look like that from the physical activity, Noah, how many days a week do you, and how many times a day do people work out that are in primo physical shape? You
Like 6 to 7 days.
6 to 7 days a week. And then do they do things other than the 6 to 7 days of working out?
Usually.
Usually. So some other workouts, some other cardio, super strict about diet. This is a lifestyle. So today we're going to talk about lifestyle, because if you want to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger of bank accounts with Bryte Lyfe, you can't go, well, I did it for a month, Wes. I did it for 6 months, Wes. How come I'm not rich yet? How come I'm not retired? Where's my yacht? This is not get rich quick. So if you quit at the end of 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, you're doing the same thing that all those people did that joined the gym in January and went for a couple of weeks and tried it for a few months and it didn't work out. Now, we're going to retain a lot of members that join. We're doing our part as a company to continue to add value, to continue to retain customers. We're doing it better than anybody. There is no other company that you can go to where you will have a better retention. I promise you, I'll put it in writing. I'll guarantee it to you. You will not retain customers on any type of product auto ship or any other type of MLM or direct sales company the way we are. Nobody has our retention. But the thing is that we don't have very many people that are trying to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger of Bryte Lyfe with your bank accounts. We don't have anybody that's doing it 6 to 7 days a week. We don't have anybody that's doing the outside activities after the 6 to 7 days a week, doing the nutrition, doing the personal development, doing the training with their team, going through the Bryte Lyfe blueprint. And so today I want to challenge you to go beyond what average is. Go beyond what most people are doing. Because those are the ones that join in January and quit in February. Now, most of you in this room right now are not those people, because most of you have already been here for a few months. But what I want to do today is I want to encourage you, because you are on the trajectory to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger of Bryte Lyfe, but that journey hasn't begun for you yet. Because we have to change our level of commitment. We have to change our activity, because you can't just do one meeting a week or 1 or 2 Zooms a week and become a millionaire. It doesn't work that way. And nobody's really done it up until this point. We have people that have hit rank. We have people making money. We have people having fun. But we don't have any Arnold Schwarzenegger's bank account, Bryte Lyfe people yet. I'm looking for those people. We're going to talk about that today. And I'm going to give you a challenge. And I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to give you an opportunity to prove me wrong that if you follow my program, you won't be making 6 figures in 90 days. And I'm going to show you that today. But you can't, if you want to do that, if you want to be at 6 figures in 90 days, you can't do it 1 day a week. You can't just do it 1 week, you do it, and then the next week you don't, and then you do it a couple of times, and then you don't do it a couple of times. It doesn't work that way. And so that's why I want to talk about January. That's why I want to reset our mindset, because if you want that, and maybe not everybody does, and that's okay. See, here's the thing that's crazy. For those of you that are already Life for 300 or Life for 800 or Life for 1600, you've done that, in my opinion, okay, on pretty minimal effort, okay? And so if you want to keep doing it that way, a year from now or 2 years from now, you could probably be Life for, 7,500 and then influencer 15,000. But it's going to take you a couple of years. But here's the thing I'll tell you, is that fast is fun and slow sucks. Slow feels like a grind. Okay? It feels like a grind, because you're going to be looking up a year from now and it's like, well, Life for 7,500. Do you know how long people work at jobs to get to $100,000 in annual salary? And you guys are complaining about you haven't been able to do it in 6 months? I mean, when you think about that, when you hear that, right? It's like, because I've talked to some of you, and it's all good. We're here, we're all friends here. It's like, I'm not live for 7,500 yet. Well, no shit, it's been 6 months. And you're definitely not on the Arnold Schwarzenegger plan. I'm the only one that's been doing meetings and calls and Zooms every day, every week. Okay? And so if we get people that say, I want to do that, I want to be that story, there will be stories this year that are created in Bryte Lyfe of people who take this challenge today and they are making 100,000 a month a year, not 100,000 a year, 100,000 a month. You'll be at 1.2 million. So will it be worth it? I'm going to break the hours down and I'm going to show you, because here's what's crazy. You don't have to put in Arnold Schwarzenegger hours to be an Arnold Schwarzenegger bank account with Bryte Lyfe. You can do it in far less time, but you have to be consistent. And we have an opportunity right now because it's still new. Nobody's heard of what we're doing. And in all the meetings that I've done with Sarah from B2B, all of the vendors I've talked to, some vendors were announcing today some new partnerships, some things that I wish I could share, but the contracts are not signed yet. Do you know that every meeting with every CEO, and this is globally, with the head of sales from some of the biggest hotel chains in the world, they're like, how have y'all already put in a couple thousand people? How are y'all already doing this? The economy is slowing down. People are spending less. There's things going on. How have y'all been able to do this? I mean, Palmer Advantage, it took them 20 years to get to 15,000 members. We'll be over that this year in our first full calendar year. It took them 15 years. They asked Eva on the call. They're like, Eva, how are you guys signing so many people up? How are y'all so good at marketing? So we're sitting here saying, man, wish it was better. Wish I was making more than 300 a month. Wish I was making more than 800 a month. But yet all of the other CEOs from JSX to Foundation Room to World Vantage to Palmer Advantage to Secura Group, which is the biggest, most exclusive concierge platform in the world, they're like, how are y'all signing so many people up in just your first few months? How are you doing it? How is your tech so good? The Expedia API team, I'm on a call with one of the head programmers for Expedia, a multi-billion-dollar company. They put 400 plus vendors on that API, and we integrated it faster than any of them. With a startup team, with just us. They're like, we sent them everything. We sent them all the coding and the logic and everything. They were like, they can't be done. We're like, yeah, it's done. We did it in like 26 days. So we're doing these things and they're happening. And so there's going to be a different room of people a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Like you said, it's going to be hundreds and then it's going to be thousands. And there's going to be people that are making 100,000 a month, but it's not going to come on what we've done so far. So today is about a fresh start. When we leave today, and I'm doing this myself, trust me, I'm doing it by example. You're going to see the challenge and you're going to see how I lay it out. I'm doing it too. So just try to out-recruit me, because if you do that, I promise you're going to be making a ton of money, because we start fresh. It's like today we start at 0. Like we haven't talked to anybody. So if that means going back and talking to people we've already talked to, or people that have dropped off or that are not active or not engaged, that's okay. We're going to start with today like it's brand new. So you don't have to worry about what's happened in the past. And that's one of the great things about January, is because it's a new year. And I'm so glad 2024 is over. You know, I made a post the other day, and I'm not normally like a Debbie Downer, like negative. And I never second guess, and I have 0 regrets in my life. But I've had a lot of lessons. And 2024 was a bad year for a lot of people. 2024 was, well, I don't know if it was as bad from a monetary standpoint for me financially because of my course business and COVID. But I think for most people, 2024 was worse than COVID, was worse than 2020. Because I think everything that's happened in our country with inflation and prices We have more credit card debt as a nation than we've ever had, way more than in 2008 and 9. Car payments are more delinquent than they were in 2008 and 9. Foreclosures are rising every single month. And so what I'm telling you right now is in 2008 and 9, World Ventures was one of the only direct sales companies that grew in sales volume and revenue in 2008 and 9. Why? Because all of the product-based companies were down 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%. Because guess what the first thing is that you cancel is whenever there's a recession? Your $250 worth of gel or juice or vitamins, right? Because then you just go to GNC or you go to Walmart. If you're going to keep taking it, you're not paying $300 for it because we all know network marketing, direct sales products are more expensive than what you can find in the store and in TikTok. See, all of these product-based companies now are having to compete with TikTok in China. Things are coming straight in. And so that's why they're terminating distributors. That's why they're closing their doors. And I can't say names, but I just know from very inside information, there are companies that you know that are out of money, that are bankrupt, that are coming to people that I know personally and asking for money to stay in business. And that's why Beauty Control terminated their distributors. That's why Rodan and Fields terminated their distributors, because they were out of money. And so when you go borrow money from somebody, you have to cut your biggest liability. And what was their biggest liability? Their distributors. So you either stay in business and take the money, or you file bankruptcy and close your doors. So guess what they did? Terminated the distributors, removed their biggest liability, and then the bank gave them the money. It's not just Rodan and Fields was doing billions. It's not just them. But because people continue to travel during the recession, but they're looking to spend less, they're looking to save. And so everything we're doing fits. And so we didn't grow by a lot in 2008, 9, but you know where we grew? We grew with recruiting. Because I cannot tell you how many realtors and mortgage brokers I recruited in 2008 and 9. In fact, I would bet that probably 20 to 30% of our volume in 2008 and 9 came from new recruits from real estate fallout. Because for those of you that have short-term memory loss, in 2008 and 9, everybody was a real estate investor. When you could have met Susie Q Homemaker. I'm a real estate investor. I bought 4 houses. I bought 3 houses. I bought 6 houses because zero money down, 110% financing, jumbo loans. Everybody's a real estate investor. So then when all those houses went away and the realtors had no jobs and there was no loans for mortgage brokers to work, we recruited all those people because they were all looking for money. So here's what I'm telling you. Right now, after this holiday season, there are people that overspent and over-leveraged and their cards are maxed out. And they're literally on their knees right now praying for someone to call them with an opportunity. There are literally people praying for you right now to contact them and call them. And so I'm going to challenge you to make those calls because you don't know who those people are. We live in an age in social media where nothing is as it appears. You only see the highlight reels. People don't post them on their knees with their spouse, wondering how they're going to save their house, how they're going to pay their bills, how they're going to pay their utility bills, how they're going to pay their car payment. Look up car payment delinquencies. Tesla just dropped deliveries for the first time in history this last week. That was announced on Friday. Tesla stock's getting hammered. Carvana's stocks got hammered on Friday. Why? Because delinquencies on car payments. And Carvana sold a lot of cars with very bad credit, and they're late on a lot of those payments. And so this is real right now, what's happening. And so what's happening in the market, although the economy may not be great, that gives us opportunity because there are people that are looking for an answer. You can make money. You don't have to travel. Bank your travel. Bank your travel dollars. We're going to talk about how you can use travel and what we're building in our currency to never pay for travel again. That's what we're going to talk about later today. And so we've got an opportunity right now to be the solution. Because here's what I'm going to tell you, is that when all of this stuff kind of comes to fruition, you're going to see more bankruptcies. You're going to see more companies terminating distributors. You're going to see more closure. I know because I know the companies that are asking for money. So this isn't just me telling you this. I've been in conversations. There's companies that have contacted us about merging with us because they can't pay their bills and they can't retain their customers. Go back and watch my video that I did a few months ago on retention from the trading companies. I have friends at all those companies and they're all failing and they're all leaving and they're all losing. And they just renamed my former company to iJoya or something from IM. This is their third name change. Okay. Biggest sign of distress. You want to see a sign of distress? Merge, change your names. Those are upside down flags in our industry. People don't merge when they're crushing everyone.
Yeah.
Why do you merge? You don't merge, you could acquire. We're going to be in a position because we don't have any debt and because we're profitable, we're going to be in a position where we can acquire companies, but we're not merging with anybody. You see a merger like what happened with Dream Trips International and My Daily Choice. Merging is desperation. Changing your name and relaunching as a new company, as a new name, because you have debt tied to the old name. This is just business, but it's desperation, and you're going to continue to see it. So we're in a place right now of strength because of the way that we built the company, because of the way that we're structured, because of the fact that we don't have the overhead, we don't have a fancy office, we don't have scientists or celebrities that we're paying for endorsements, we don't have scientists manufacturing, we don't have R&D, we don't have logistics, we don't have supply chain management, we don't have distribution, we don't have to worry about import, export, we don't have to worry about tariffs, we don't have to worry about getting our products approved out of countries. We can do business anywhere. No one is as nimble as we are as a company right now, going into what I believe is going to be more turmoil in the markets, the financial markets, the stock market, the economy. Trump is one person. He is not going to be able to come in and fix the last 4 years of mistakes, okay? He can try, but there's going to be turmoil. There's going to be flush out. There's too much money in the system. The last inflation report last week, inflation is still going up. So we're going to have to go through this, but we're positioned to be able to recruit people who are looking for an additional stream of revenue. And they're not going to close the airports. They're not going to close the hotels. People are still going to be traveling, but they're going to stop paying for their $300 goji juice. Because they're going to go get it at Walmart and they're going to go get it at GNC. And we don't have that problem. People can't beat our prices. So if people are still traveling and the hotels aren't closing over the next couple of years, which they're not, then we have a solution for everyone. So we have a solution for people that need a way to make money. We have a solution for people that want to save. And we have a product that is recession-proof because I've already proved it in 2008, 2009. So we're sitting in a place right now that nobody else can say that they are. And I know because I know the owners and I know the CEOs have been doing this for 30 years, and they're coming to the people that I know asking for lines of credit and asking for money so that they can make payroll. Because they have to store inventory, and then they have products that expire, and then they have logistics. And in case you haven't seen all over the media, UPS has raised the salaries for drivers. Shipping rates are at an all-time high. Everything is at an all-time high. When my daughter orders her favorite combo meal at Taco Bell, it's $13. I'm like, I remember when I was in college, I could order 6 bean burritos for $3. And now she gets 2 tacos and a Baja Blast for $13.53. So we are in a position right now where we have something that nobody else has. And so today, as we talk about these things, we need to put ourselves in a different mindset. This is a refresh. This is a restart. And so I know people say new year, new you, but I want to go through the things that I've gone through for the last 30 years that helped me jumpstart the year. In my opinion, the biggest thing that holds people back is themselves. And so you can say whatever you want, and you can have whatever excuse you want. But at the end of the day, your subconscious is your biggest obstacle. It's your biggest obstacle. And so I feel like as we get out of that childhood dreaming that we talked about, we get to a point where we start accepting things and we tell ourselves internally that it's okay. And we start to settle. And we start to say, you know, it's okay to do it this way. It's okay to skip that. It's okay to delay. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll get to it. You know, it'll happen when it happens. Right? And I think for me, the easiest analogy to prove that this is 100% factual, that you are your biggest limiting component, is if you look at people who use multiple alarms or a snooze button, it's the beginning of the personal lie. See, I never use snooze, and I never set multiple alarms. Because to me, you should always be on intention. Because what happens is, the more you lie to yourself, the more you start to limit your beliefs. And then what happens is it's a snowball effect in every area of your life. Because if you're snoozing the alarm, or if you're setting multiple alarms, you're telling yourself internally, which should be your biggest proponent instead of your biggest opponent, that you're not serious, that you're not committed. Because if you say, I need to be up at 7, but I'm gonna, you know, set the alarm at 6:30, 6:50, 7, 7:10, or I'm gonna keep hitting the snooze button, you're programming yourself to lie to yourself. And it's a basic analogy, but this shows up in other areas of life. It's like, I'm gonna go to that meeting, I'm gonna set something up in my local market, but I'll do it next week. Snooze. I'm gonna get on the Zoom, I'm gonna make some calls for the Zoom. Oh, I got tied up on Facebook, I got distracted, something happened, something came up, I'll do it next time. Snooze. I'm gonna hit life for 300, I'm gonna hit life for 800, I'm gonna get things going. This is my month, this is my week. This week I'm getting serious. Life happens. Something happens with the spouse, something happens with the kids, something happens at work. Snooze. Right? So you continue to snooze, you hit the snooze button, and you just continue to delay. So then the problem is that we wire ourselves constantly. You're training yourself. And so just like you can train yourself in the positive, and you can train yourself physically, you also have to train yourself mentally. Because if you're snoozing, it's the same thing as saying, I'm going to the gym. I don't really feel good this morning. Sinuses are kind of bothering me. I'll go tomorrow. Snooze. See, you're snoozing constantly on these decisions that you're making. And what you're telling yourself is that you're not committed. So your subconscious is saying, she's not serious. He's not serious. He's not really going to hit life for 800. He's not going to hit life for 7,500. He's not going to hit influencer 15,000. He's not going to get the Rolex. She's not going to get the Rolex. We're not going to, travel around the world. It's just, whatever that excuse is, whatever that negativity is, whatever that doubt is that creeps in, it shows up everywhere. So then the battle becomes with your subconscious. It's not everybody else. People say don't blame it on other people, right? It's like, well, the kids were doing something. It was a sporting event. It was a practice. It was a PTA meeting, oh, my spouse, she's always on me or he's always on me. I had to do the honey-do list or whatever. Snooze. It shows up everywhere. It's the constant programming. And so to me, this is what starts to happen when you go from this, this childhood, unbridled, unhinged, unfiltered dreaming to where you get to yourself is you're saying I'm not worth it. It's not going to happen to me. I'm not going to make it happen. I'm going to allow other people to dictate my success. I'm going to allow other people to dictate how I live my life, the decisions that I make, the things that I do, whether it's outside influences, outside factors, spouse, kids, job, work, doubt, naysayers. Oh, those things don't work. Oh, it's one of those scams. Oh, yeah, sure you are. Yeah, sure you're going to go on all your bucket list trips. Sure you're going to go around the world. Yeah. You start to believe those things. And see, then the problem is that you've programmed the only person who's with you 100% of the time, you've programmed them to lose. You've programmed them to snooze. Your mind, your body is just waiting for you to hit the snooze button at any chance you can. And we go through life and this happens, but it happens to everybody. And to me, the people who don't allow this negative thought and these snooze button mentalities to creep into their life are the stories that you hear about. Because I guarantee you, Elon Musk, he does not hit the snooze button. Jeff Bezos, no snooze button. Bill Gates, as much as I don't like him or agree with him, no snooze button. There's all those stories. Mark Zuckerberg, same thing. You've heard the stories, right? Mark Zuckerberg was always the last one in the office. He was always the first one in the office. He was always there. You look at the early Facebook, the stories and the photos and the videos. He inspired everybody else around him because they were like, well, I wasn't going to let Mark beat me to the office. Mark was always there. We weren't leaving because here's the thing. If your leader is there working, how can you consciously, if this is what you're sold on, this is your vision, this is your future, this is what you're committed to, how can you look at your team and your friends doing the work and then be like, catch you tomorrow? Catch you tomorrow. There's a good movie that I just watched. I encourage you all to watch it. It's called The Forge. And in that movie, there's a young man who gets mentored, and they had an order that they had to fill. And if they were going to lose that account, the business could potentially have failed. And the owner was out of town. And so the young man who was mentored got everybody who had just worked a double shift to stay, and they stayed all night, and they filled the order to save the account. That's not a snooze button. That's not a snooze button move. But you have to be the example of the non-snooze, right? Because it makes it much harder for your people that are looking at you. They are watching you. And if they see you always doing the right things and not snoozing, it makes it much easier because it is so hard to walk out this room when you see the rest of your team and the rest of your group still working to accomplish the goal. Rudy Giuliani in his book Leadership said, my number one leadership skill, the most important thing, he turned New York City around. Crime in New York City was as bad as it was in Chicago before Rudy Giuliani took office. And Rudy Giuliani was able to unite New York, bipartisan across, probably the greatest mayor in the history of that role anywhere in the world. And in his book, he talked about, he said, anytime I worked with any departments, I would go work with that department. He rode garbage trucks in New York City to go work with the sanitation crews and the sanitation teams in New York. So he would go ride the garbage routes and see what they were dealing with so that he could figure out the best ways to solve those problems. He was never going to ask someone to do something that he wasn't willing to do himself. And so when we start things off in the new year, I always love trying to just get a complete jump start, like completely fresh, because here's the problem. When you throw off your subconscious, it scrambles the way that it expects you to behave. The perfect example of this is how many of you, when you drive home, you get home and you don't even remember the drive? You're like, shit, I'm home. I don't even remember doing this. Is that, you know what I'm talking about? And so here's what I want to encourage you to do. Okay, as part of this, when you get home for the next month, I want you to go home a different way every day that you go home.
Oh.
Because here's the thing, what happens is that you're reprogramming what your subconscious has already accepted as true. See, your subconscious, you're almost like a Tesla. You could get home and you don't even have to think, you don't have to really do anything. I know it'll be harder for you guys because there's like 2 roads, but we appreciate that. But find a different way. So it's not just about rearranging your office. I used to always rearrange my office. And in our Cutco offices, we would have our whole crew come in before this January sales training. And because our team had seen it, so we would have our assistants come in and we would redo the whole office. So we would usually have a 3 or 4 room office and we would put everything in different rooms. So then the reps would come in and they're like, where is everything? It's this shock that you're putting on the system to reprogram this subconscious behavior that your body is going, who is this guy? Who is this girl? This isn't the same way I've been driving you home for the last 6 years, right? This isn't the same road, the same lights. This isn't the same office. You are reprogramming your subconscious mind to say, it is time to play at a different level. No more snooze, no more excuses, no more same old, same old. You can't have a new year, new you, and not have new. So what is going to be different? You can't just sign up for a membership at the gym and call it New Year, New You, and then go the same amount of times, do the same exercises, same routine, drive there the same way. This works on everything. Because like I said, the only person who's with you all the time is yourself. And they've learned your traits for the last however many years it's been. And so when you start doing this, here's what happens. Your body starts responding differently. It's the same thing with muscles. Noah, when you do muscle activities, do you do the same exercises for the same muscles every workout?
No.
Why?
Because your body gets used to it.
So if the muscle works that way, you don't think the brain works that way? It's getting used to it. It's easy to drive home the same way. It's easy to do the same stuff. watch the same TV shows, get up, do the same thing, drink the same coffee, go through the same routine. Your muscles are not growing. Your brain is not growing. Your subconscious is not growing if you are not changing it up. This is your biggest muscle. So if the muscle expert just told you, you have to do things differently to train your muscles and expand your muscles, why are we still doing the same things and expecting to get different results? It's the exact same thing. So we have to change it all up. You have to shock the system. We've got to be different so that your subconscious goes, who the hell is this girl? She's serious. She's making me think way more than we've been thinking. No snoozing, no excuses, getting things done, getting up earlier, staying up later, doing extra activities, getting out of the norm, breaking habits, breaking patterns. You can't have a new year, new you without new. It's got to be new. You can't do the same stuff. You can't go to the same places. If you have the same coffee shop or the same routine, you've got to change it up. But that also means your circle. See, because here's the other thing. It's the law of the lid. It's the law of the bowl, right? The fish will only live or grow to be the size of the bowl. It'll live to be in its environment. So it's the same thing with what's surrounding you. I'm not saying to get rid of your spouse. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But encourage your spouse to do this with you. What can you do to change your circle, improve your circle, expand your circle, expand your network? What kind of new clubs or organizations or nonprofits or charities can you go volunteer? Gianna and I are going to start volunteering at a new place in Dallas this year. We're going to do different things, new things, meeting new people, getting out. Joining a new club, get involved with Rotary or Lions or Chamber of Commerce or, a nonprofit or a charity, or join a running club or a jogging club or a boating club or whatever. Do something to get out and make changes. Because to me, there is no new you without new. And so it's the whole complex. People think, oh, just because I signed up at the gym, I'm going to get fit. I'm going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger because I just joined. You can't, it's not enough. So here's the other thing. I think doing things like this to encourage change amongst your team is powerful. So doing a challenge like what I'm going to challenge you guys today, and some of you are going to participate, some of you won't, that's fine, because it is an intense challenge. But having some kind of a challenge or a contest or something to create this type of behavior in your market, in your team, with your people, doing something where you do individual challenges, challenge them, or even with your spouse or, with your team or whatever. But do things that encourage growth in your business, And anytime I do contests or giveaways or incentives, I try to do things that are mutually beneficial for them, beneficial for me, beneficial for my business. And so I think you need to get people to do this with you. And accountability is important. This is much harder to do by yourself than it is with someone else. So finding a running buddy, an accountability partner. This was a huge part of my success in the industry. I always had a running buddy, accountability partner, somebody that I was working with constantly that I talked to every day. Because there's going to be days when you're more motivated or they're more motivated. And having daily communication and conversation with whoever that person is. So finding somebody who wants to do the challenge or do a challenge or an accountability partner that you can talk to. And you know what my number one accountability lesson is? This is my number one thing, and this helped me dramatically. Because I do get distracted too, just like everybody else. I'm guilty of all these things too. And I'm telling you all of this because I'm guilty of all of this. Okay, so please understand, I'm not preaching like, oh, Wes is doing all of this perfectly and he's got it all figured out. I do these same things for myself. I'm gonna be driving a different way. Gianna's gonna be like, Dad, why are we driving to school this way? I told you, new year, new you. We're gonna drive a different way. We're gonna change it up. So I need to do these same things too, okay? And so from an accountability standpoint, the biggest thing that helped me in this area, because I did used to get distracted a lot more, was at the end of every day, I had a notepad next to my nightstand. And before I went to bed, I wrote down everything that I did that day. I promise you, once you do this for like a week, your productivity will probably 10x. Because you don't realize how many distractions there are in your life that are out there that you don't even realize are taking away from your future and your health and your, financial situation. Because then you get down to the end of the day and you're like, man, it was a busy day. Let's go in all day. And then you're like, you get your sheet of paper out and you start writing it down. It's like, what did I do today? And you only have to do this for a few days when you start to see we're not so productive. We get hung up on social media, we get hung up scrolling, we get hung up on the news, we get hung up on life, we get hung up doing the honey-do list or whatever. And what happened is, as I started going through this exercise, every day my notepad got longer and longer and longer. And it only took me about a week to 2 weeks to where my productivity was 10 times better than what it was. Because I started cutting out all of the other stuff because I knew at the end of the day, I had to meet the pad. So I was like, well, if I got to do that tonight before I go to bed and it's sitting next to my nightstand and I got to write everything that I did today, how productive I was, how productive am I going to be? So then it became a challenge with myself because remember, this is self-based. This is you and only you, and you're the only one that knows this. So when you write it down and you're doing it consistently every single night, every day that goes by, now you're at almost war with your old self. Because the old self is the distractions, is the snooze button effect of all of the things that we're doing in life. And so as you start writing it on the notepad, you'll see after you go through a week or 2 weeks of this, you're like, man, I'm really productive. And see what starts to happen is now you're retraining yourself. So now when you make these goals, and I'm getting into goals because this is the thing, your internal self, when we do goal setting in just a little bit, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but your subconscious is going to laugh at you in a minute. It is. You're not going to hear it, but your subconscious is going to be in your mind when you do goal setting in just a little bit, and he or she is laughing at you. They're like, no way that's happening. No way. I know this lady. I know this guy. That's not happening. And to me, that's sad. But we have an opportunity to change these things and to make commitments to ourselves that allow us to show and teach our subconscious that this is a new you. And then when you start setting goals, your subconscious is like, damn, she's serious. He's serious. When the action starts, see, here's the biggest problem for most people, is that the goals and the actions do not match up. And that's why your subconscious is laughing. And I'm saying this in a kind way. I'm not talking down to you or telling you something to hurt your feelings. I'm telling you because this is a real thing. And so as you start to change these actions and you commit to a meeting, and for some of you, it'll just be one, and that's fine. but commit to that meeting and you do it every week, rain, snow, sleet, shine, softball, t-ball, basketball, PTA, nothing comes between you and that meeting, because once you train your subconscious and you start talking about goals, your subconscious goes, well, that's already done. So you go from no way when you're self-talk to yes way. That's happening because your actions now are starting to match what you're telling yourself and your subconscious. So now you don't have conflict. See, I think high-level performers, they don't have this conflict. They're congruent. Because a high-level performer knows that goals do not get achieved without the work that matches what's necessary for the goals to be achieved. So there is no conflict. High achievers do not have an internal conflict with their subconscious because they're achievers and their subconscious is not challenging them. It knows that when you set a goal, it's already done. This is going to be $1 billion company, with or without you. Why? Because I've already done it once, and when we put it together, the decision was made. We'll get there with whoever shows up. It may take us longer, maybe it'll be shorter, but the decision's already been made. And so when you get to a point where you're congruent with your subconscious, now the one person who's with you all the time is on the same playing field that you're on. So rather than being like, do that, she can't do that, that's not, you're not worth it. You're not good enough. You don't know enough. You don't know enough people. You don't live in the right town. You're not in the right area. You've never done this before. You've never been a six-figure earner. You've never made that kind of money in your life. Those are the things that your subconscious is telling you. You just don't hear it in an audio format. Instead, it just shows up with snooze buttons. Because that's the easy way. See, the easy way not to have the rejection, the easy way not to have the pain, the easy way not to have the discomfort is to just snooze it, and then it just doesn't happen. You don't have to have the rejection. Do you know how many people have told me no? I mean, it's probably hundreds of thousands. You know, in World Ventures, we didn't sign up everybody in the room. Not everybody joined. We were charging $365 in 2006 because we charged an initiation fee and the first month, $365, 20 years ago. We didn't sign up everybody in the room. Somebody's like, oh, well, that's going to sign everybody up. No shit, you're not going to sign it. But see, the thing is when your mind is made up and the goal is going to happen and it's set and your subconscious is on par with you, it's like, so what? She didn't sign it. Her loss, his loss. See, my idea is when they don't join, I'm not worried about it. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm just like, well, you know what? Get back to me whenever you're ready to have success. Like mentally, I'm like, I don't need you. So when you get to a point where it's like, please join my thing, please sign up, I just need one more person, please get in, please. That comes across. I'm never closed that way, right? If somebody's like, well, is that really, is that really going to be, is it really going to be a 5-star? Is it really going to, how do you do this? How can you afford to do this? I mean, how can you have better prices at Expedia? I'm like, you know what, buddy, you don't have to do it. Keep paying retail. Sucks for you, but that's fine. Keep paying retail. Because the thing is that in my mind, my subconscious is congruent because my actions match what my goals are. And so I don't have the conflict anymore, but it took me a long time to get to this. And so by making these commitments that show a change and a shift for your subconscious, these are the beginning steps. These are the baby steps that you have to do to show everybody else, because it's not just you. Everybody is watching. Yeah. They're watching you. Are you serious? Are you committed? And we're going to talk about that in just a second, how to show people. But people are watching to see what you're doing. Are you consistent? Are you doing it? Are you committed to your schedule? Are you putting the events in place? Are you creating events? Are you doing the event? This is the same thing as the gym. Remember, Noah told you, if you want to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, if you want to be fit, if you want to really change your physical state, 6 to 7 days a week, and then other stuff in between. So why is your bank account any different? Why is it that we think, oh, I could do one meeting a week or get on 1 or 2 Zooms a week and I'm going to be rich? That's like saying I can work out 1 day a week and be Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you see the conflict? This is the conflict. Because that's not factual. You can't just do a meeting 1 week and then not do meetings for 2 weeks and be a life for 7,500. It's just not possible. And you don't have to be, by the way. You know, I'm not putting my goals on you. What I'm teaching you is how to achieve your goals. So your activity and your actions must match what it is that you're trying to accomplish. Maybe it's about helping people. Maybe it's about creating more memories for your family and helping other people do that. And that's awesome too. So are you getting good at showing people how to use the app and book their trips and use it and the savings? Are you sharing testimonials? Because I'm not putting my goals on you. I'm telling you how to achieve your goals. And I'm giving you examples of how to do that. So nobody has to sit in here and go, well, damn, I didn't know I had to be so serious. You don't have to be. But this works on all levels of goals. You just have to make sure, because look, I don't want to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week, you know, sometimes a little bit more. But I also like to eat. And so I'm not like super crazy about, I don't need to be that, you know? So my goals are not to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I want to be Arnold Schwarzenegger in our industry and with my bank accounts and with what we're doing with Bryte Lyfe. So I'll do it here, but I don't want to do it in the gym that way. It's just not my goal. So please understand, when we get to goal setting in a minute, I want you to set your goals that you get. This is about you. It's not about me. But I'm telling you, from 30 years of doing this, the way I figured out how to work it. One of the things that we really need to get better at is getting people to make a decision on the spot. Okay, so this is going to be one of our focuses for the next few months. And I really think the new 2 and 3 is going to help with that. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about some opportunities for us to improve our percentages. Okay. So one of the things that I want to encourage everybody to do is get people to join so that they can get access to the member prices and then immediately log them into the app and start showing them how to use it and say, look, it's $200. We'll give it back to you next week. Sign up tonight so you can download and see the member prices and then walk them through the app and show them how to book something. And once they start seeing the prices, they're hooked because they can go kick the tires and compare wherever they want, and they're going to see the value of the savings. Yeah. Okay, so we need to get better. We're working on some things from a marketing standpoint that are going to allow us to let people see member prices. But in the meantime, I've been using a 7-day free trial. So it's a 7-day money back guarantee. It's no questions asked. Okay. They can sign up for $200, make sure they download the app, and then walk them through the app and say, what is number 1 on your bucket list? Let's go look and go search with them while they're with you, while they're there, while they're excited, and show them how to use the app. Okay. There's no risk. It's $200. Okay. So using the 7-day free trial is going to be one of our focuses for this new year on a way to grow the business. We're working on some additional marketing tools because right now, if they download the app, they don't see member prices unless they're logged into a member account. Those are retail prices. So we have to make sure people are not downloading the app and not a member, and then they think that those are our discounts, because they're not. They can save a little bit of money, but it's a little less than Expedia. Okay? So we're working on some different things. There's a lot of things going on. We'll talk a little bit about that today, but use the 7-day free trial close. Okay, and here's why. This should be your most important lesson that you may ever learn in terms of this is not a follow-up business. Okay, it's not a follow-up business. The problem is that the way our brains work, we clump information. Okay, so information is stored in clumps, things that are associated. So we associate things with different life experiences, different things, and everybody stores it differently. But the problem is that every day we have billions and billions of bits of information that our brain soaks in. Like right now, you guys didn't even realize your brain already has an imprint of this entire room. Like the walls, the pillars, that this is like some kind of limestone, sandstone from the beach. Like your brain has already processed it. When you walked into the room, everything was processed. So that visual, everything you're looking at right now, is replacing other information in your mind. So it can only store so much. All right. So when we do a presentation, and we're doing 20-minute presentation, all right. And I think the best way to think about this is, how many of you think you would do a really good Bryte Lyfe presentation right after you saw it the very first time? Then we could literally just give you the clicker and you could do the presentation. How many of you think you do a good presentation right after your first time ever seeing it? No one, right? Nobody. So here's the problem. Most people, when they see the information, they don't make the decision on the spot. They then become a salesperson because they go try to sell someone else. Either a friend, a spouse, a significant other. And here's what happens. You give them the information in a 20-minute presentation. So let's say that this is our brain and this is where the information goes. So we give them all the facts, well life, travel life, live life, give life, make some money. There we go. All right. 20 minutes worth of data. And here's what happens. If they don't make the decision right then on the spot, now they take this information and they use it to go convince somebody else. I don't know why this happens, but this is just the way human nature. Some people don't want to make a decision without validation from someone else. Not everybody, but very, very normal for this behavior. The problem is that every 24 hours, okay, we lose probably 70 to 80% of what we just heard 24 hours before, because it's replaced with new data. It's the way the brain works. They say super geniuses, like Einstein types, like, super genius. It's like perfect scores on an IQ test, can possibly retain upwards of 50%. So instead of losing 70 to 80, they could lose 50. So I'm going to pretend that every person you try to sign up for Bryte Lyfe is a super genius, which I haven't met any of them, but look, you guys are lucky, and so your friends are super geniuses, okay? So 24 hours later, when you call them to see if they're ready to sign up, this is all they have left. So they're already down to 50%. And remember, you're talking to Einstein. They retained 50% of what you told them, okay, that came in. All right, so they don't sign up the next day. So once again, they're Einstein, so they retained 50% more. So now, less than 48 hours later, we're down to 25% of the total information that you told them in a 20-minute presentation. And they haven't talked to their spouse yet, or their wife, or their partner, or whoever they're going to try to get validation from. Now they are giving a presentation, because you're not there, and they're not getting them on another Zoom, and they're not going through a PowerPoint. They're giving them a presentation with this much of the information. And remember, this is Einstein. So of course, all of your people are this smart. So they've got this much because they're a super genius. Now, I've met a few people in some teams, maybe they're down to like this much already, totally teasing. But let's say that they're all super geniuses. Okay, so now they're giving their spouse less than 48 hours later, hey, let's sign up for that travel thing. Hey, let's sign up for that thing where they were gonna go to the Bahamas. That's like pretty much all they remember. Oh, and they're gonna give us some kind of a trip or something. Okay, so then 3 days later, now they're down to this. Okay, so 72 hours. Now they're making their decision on this much information. 4 days later, it's this much.
That's still on that side.
Yeah, this, and remember, this is Einstein. So when all of your friends are this smart, okay? They're all super geniuses, perfect scores on Mensa. This is what they've got, and this is what they're telling their spouse why they need $200. Okay? So it's like, I don't know, travel. And this is Einstein, okay? The rest of your friends were probably here in 24 hours. So you're wondering why your people are not signing up 24 hours later. And the problem is because they're giving their spouse this much of the presentation. And you know what you know how it goes? 24 hours later, they see their spouse, oh, honey, hey, I got this travel deal last night. We're going to be rich. We're going to go travel around the world. And it's $200. And their spouse is going to go, have you lost your mind? We haven't been on a vacation in 20 years. We're not going anywhere. That's a scam. Five days later, Einstein. So when I hear people like, we're going to sign up next week. Really? Because this is 5 days later and they're Einstein, and this is how much of your presentation that their brain is still comprehending. And they're trying to do the pitch to their spouse. Because remember, they're trying to get some kind of validation from someone that matters. And this is how much of it they have if they're Einstein 5 days later. So when you say, oh, they're going to sign up next week when they get back in town, or when they get paid next weekend, they're gonna sign up. So the problem is that if you don't get them to join on the spot and use that 7-day free trial, you're not getting it. So what you have to do is you have to take the approach that if you don't get them right then and there on the spot, it's a no. They're not signing up. So you have to be confident in answering any questions and making them feel super comfortable, and or getting on the phone immediately and having their spouse watch a recorded presentation. Because I guarantee you, if you don't get their spouse on a full presentation, they're going to go home and give the presentation with this. So that means we have to get good if we want to get better conversion and getting people to sign up, at getting whoever their validation person is all of the information. Which means what I used to do is I would set up a presentation with their spouse, or a time I could follow up with their spouse, or meet with their spouse, or their husband, or their partner, or their business partner. I'm like, look, don't go do my job. This is my job. When can I meet with your wife? When can I meet with your husband? I don't want you. You can't go do the presentation. You don't even have the power. I don't want you doing my job. Let me do my job. So once I got to that point, then I could meet with both of them. Then I could get them to make the decision when they have the majority of the information, and they've got a 7-day money back guarantee. So if somebody says, I've got to ask my spouse, say, well, you can't do the presentation. Let's get you signed up. We'll download the app. Here's how you do the presentation. Here's the video, and then log them in and show them that you can take them to Hawaii for 75% off. That's the presentation. So by using the 7-day free trial, it's no questions asked. It's money back guarantee. What do you have to lose? It's $200 out of your account for 7 days. So getting people to make this decision on the spot is a way where we can raise our closing percentages and get more people signed up, get an opportunity. They can even go book travel. I'm like, go book as much as you want. Go book $10,000 worth of travel and cancel next week. Save 60% on us. Didn't cost you anything. Use the system. Try to break it. You want to get in and use the app for free for 7 days and book your next 10 vacations? No problem. But let them see it, make it tangible. And that's what worries me about people downloading it and not getting to the actual member prices because of that. This to me is probably the most powerful component of where we are right now and where we need to be. Because, and I've told you this in other trainings, my attitude is pay me now or pay me later, but you're going to pay. Because we're going to get them all. Today, we're going to talk about how our ecosystem is going to create a way where you will no longer pay for travel. You'll never pay for travel again. I haven't technically paid for travel in 20 years. The majority of my travel during that time period, I've flown almost 2 million miles, was paid for with what we're talking about. But we didn't even have the ecosystem in that company that you're going to hear about today and that we already have here. And so we have to be a product of our product, and we have to get better at sharing testimonials. We have to be better at posting on social media, but not selling. See, the biggest difference is that you can post and not sell. And if people are asking you questions, that's how you know you're doing it right. If you post anything about travel or Bryte Lyfe, and we're going to walk through this, and nobody asks you any questions, you're doing it wrong. Okay? You're selling too much. Because to me, when somebody posts something that's salesy, my immediate response is they're selling. And if that's my immediate response, chances are that's most. Right? Like if you saw a friend who posted like, oh my gosh, I just got the greatest new peptides, they're so great. Look at how much weight I've lost. Look at how much, how my skin is clearer, whatever. What do you say immediately? They're selling something. Because you don't really do that unless you're getting rewarded for it, right? Unless you're getting compensated. It's just not a typical post. It's not social. It's not social media. It's social media. Now, if somebody was like, man, I really feel good. I'm feeling good, looking better, whatever. I haven't been in this dress in, a couple of years. I feel great about my progress, whatever. Okay, cool. That's less salesy. There was no mention of serums or pills or peptides or whatever. That is more of a social post. It's like, hey, I feel good about myself, or, I went to my high school reunion and, I was in better shape than my ex or whatever. Like those are, like things that you would post that are like not a sales post. So with us, if you're posting about travel, see, the thing is that over 90% of the photos on social media are travel and lifestyle. So when you do it right, you're posting what everybody else is already posting. It's just a way where we can actually help you. But the thing is that if you post it in a selling way, then people immediately feel, if you post, oh, my travel club's so great, saved 70%, it's so awesome, it was so great, I saved so much money, you got to sign up, here's my website, here's my link, get on my Zoom. That's all selling. That's all selling. I have made some of those posts, but most of those posts have been for you guys, right? So when I post my regular travel posts, I post travel life, I post bucket list, I post lifestyle. That's something that does more selling, but it doesn't have any selling in the post. Because here's the thing. They're watching. They're watching. So all of you that are here in this room right now, you have an incredible opportunity. Why? Because you're at the most magical place on earth. So you should have all gotten signs last night. If you didn't, be informed back. Y'all should be taking pictures of the signs everywhere, right? Everywhere you go, on the slides, in front of the beach, you know, if you go parasailing, if you get on the jet skis, whatever, take the signs with you, go take. Here's the thing, and you don't have to sell, just post the pictures. They'll ask you about the sign. You don't have to sell anything. We're just sharing what we're doing. We're sharing the lifestyle because they're watching. So the best way you can look at it is that if you joined a weight loss company, okay? You join a weight loss company and you try to get your friends to sign up for a weight loss company. And you don't lose any weight. Your friends are watching. Do you think your friends are going to message you a couple months later and be like, man, weight loss is really working for you. Can you get me signed up for that thing? No, of course not. But if you talk to some people about travel and they didn't get in right away, but they saw you in Miami and at the music festival and in the Bahamas, they're going to be like, damn, you are doing this travel thing. That is really good. How did you get there? Man, you've been on 2 vacations in 3 months. So this is just like flexing for a weight loss product. When you're posting your photos, you don't have to sell, but you have to be visible because they're watching. They're watching. If you've presented to people, if you've signed them up, if they've told you no, pay me now or pay me later, but you're going to pay me because you're not going to watch me for the next 10 years travel all over the world and sit on your ass and not sign up. Because eventually they're going to go, okay, damn it, here's my card. I'm tired of seeing you at the Bahamas and in Mexico and in Vegas and in Miami. Where do I sign? I'm doing it. Because I guarantee you it would be the same thing if you told your friends 3 months ago about a weight loss pill. And then here you are with your 6-pack and you're flexing and you're on the beach. Hey, you still got those pills, man. That's really serious. Can you give me some of those? They're watching you. See, some people are going to do it right out of the gate and some people aren't, but they're all watching. They're waiting for you to fail. They're waiting for you to quit. They're waiting for you to not travel. Because you know what? They want to be able to say, I told you aren't serious. Oh, how's your travel deal now? Haven't seen you go anywhere. Must not be too great. Haven't seen you leave Buffalo lately. Haven't seen you out of New York lately. Haven't seen you out of PA lately. How's that travel thing? They're watching. They're all watching. It's called keep the receipts. You hear that in sports? When they told Dion he wasn't going to get it done whenever he went to Colorado, I kept the receipts. All the haters, all the no's, all the doubters, that won't work. They're not going to really give you a trip. They're not going to really send you on a bucket list. That's a scam. You're not really going to save any money. You're not going to really cross things off your bucket list. Yeah, right. It's not real. Funny, huh? Where are we? Seems pretty real to me. But here's the thing. They're watching. So if you're not using the product, it's just like not taking a weight loss pill. So if you're not coming on the trips, if you're not booking it, if you're not sharing testimonials, you don't have to go on a trip talking about the member deals, going to Cirque du Soleil, going to Broadway, doing the movie tickets. We've got a crazy deal with a luxury goods vendor that we're going to announce today. We've got other stuff that we're about to announce. Sporting events. The World Cup is coming to the USA. We're going to get discounts on World Cup tickets to go to the World Cup. So when you're with your son at the World Cup and your buddy, who's a lifelong football soccer fan and goes to the pub every weekend, and you're at the World Cup and he's sitting in Vestal, New York in the British pub watching, and you're there screaming with your sign, and you come back, it's like, how you like me now? Did I look good on TV? I was there and you were home. Who's real now? So we have to get better at sharing the stories and posting the photos, even if it's not your photos. These are my best friends. They were just in the Bahamas. These are my friends. They were just in New York. These are my friends. They were just in Tulum. These are my friends. They were just in Miami. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be your photos, but we have to be better at selling the story. You think that all those weight loss companies are just showing the one person that signed up? No. It's like, hey, here's my friend Sally. She lost 50 pounds. Hey, here's my friend Billy. Look at his six-pack. He's never had a six-pack in his life. They do the same shit. Because it makes it real, because they're watching. They're watching what you do. They're watching what you post. They're watching your behavior. They're watching how many meetings you do. They're watching how much activity you do. They're watching to see if your lifestyle changes. They want you to fail. It's the corporate way. It's corporate America, right? It's like, I can't get to the top unless I step on you. Why do you think reality TV started? People were like, damn, I thought my life was messed up until I saw the Kardashians. People want to see people fail. That's the messed up way about our culture. They want to see you quit. They want to see you fail. They want to be able to say, told you so. How's that travel deal now? Oh, I haven't seen you take any trips. They may not say it to your face, but they want to say it. You know why? Because people are so insecure with themselves and they second guess themselves so much that they want everybody else to be as miserable as they are. And that's why reality TV is such a big deal. All those crazy Real Housewives and whatever throwing drinks at each other and cat fighting. It's like, well, at least somebody else's life is more messed up than mine. You know, I just watched the Avicii documentary. It just came out on my birthday this week. He was my favorite DJ of all time. He killed himself. He had everything in the world. He made $50 million in 4 years. He was the highest paid DJ in the world. He had everything he wanted, and he still killed himself. Because that's not normal. People are looking for people to fail. People are unhappy inside. And so we have a way where we can help people create memories and accomplish things and change their financial situation. You don't know what people are dealing with because all we get on social media is the highlight reel. And so they are watching. They're watching what you're doing. So when you talk about travel and you share dreams and you share memories and you share experiences, you talk about bucket lists and you encourage people to dream. Our goal should be to try to get people dreaming back like we did when we were little, instead of how it is now. Right? What are your dreams now? What's on your bucket list now? I'm convinced that a lot of you sitting in this room right now, your bucket list has gotten bigger and expanded in the last 6 or 7 months.
Yes.
That's why I wanted to come to this place. I feel like everybody should come here. It's a close enough place that when you come, if you're not inspired after walking around this place to see more of the world and to travel more, this is not for you. That's why I wanted to come here. I feel like everybody should see things like this and experience things like this. My daughter can't tell you what she got for her birthday, but she can tell you about almost every single one of our trips, all the stuff that we've done, because she remembers the memories. She doesn't remember the stuff. You know, and I'm at a point now with massive amounts of reflection. Losing my dad over the last, 2.5 months and everything that I went through. But we spent, and I don't know if I told y'all this story. So 15 years to the day that we buried my dad on the 23rd. My dad had a massive heart attack driving in a company car on a 2-lane road in Texas and hit an F-250 after blacking out head on at 70 miles an hour. I actually have pictures of, I'll pull it up after after you hear in a minute. I'll show you pictures of the car. They had to pull him out of the car, care flattened him, flatlined twice before they even got to the hospital. He broke basically every bone in his body. We spent 3 months in the hospital, and that was November 23rd, 2009. So I was the only one that was an entrepreneur. I was building World Ventures at the time. All my family had traditional jobs. So I was at the hospital basically for 6-7 straight weeks. Just lived at the hospital with him. And so it was November 23rd. So I spent that Christmas with my dad in the hospital in 2009. And I told him, I said, Dad, when we get you out of here, I go, I'm not spending another Christmas in the hospital. And in fact, next Christmas, I'm going to take the whole family to my favorite place on earth, the Atlantis. And we're all going to be there. And so you need to get your ass out of this hospital, because he had all kinds of problems and challenges, rods, screws, multiple surgeries, all the stuff. And so that's exactly what we did. So December 2010, Gianna was born in July. We found out she was going to be born while my dad was in the hospital. He would have not met any of his grandkids if he would have died that day with that heart attack, massive heart attack, widowmaker artery, and then hitting a truck, an F-250 at 70 miles an hour head on, and then flatlining twice, flatlining again on the table during operation. And they told him when he left the hospital, he was in total heart failure at that point, less than 20% heart function, that he would have 5 to 10 years to live. But what's crazy is literally a month before that, maybe 2 months, September of 2009, my dad's dream trip where he always wanted to go was Alaska. And I joked with him because I was like, because you remembered when it became a state, or like what is it, why? Like, I'm not a cold person, and so this was his dream, which I'm like, we can go anywhere in the world. And so literally 2 months before that accident, I took him and my stepmom on an Alaskan cruise, went on a 10-day cruise. And although I do not like the cold, it was an incredible trip that I remember like it was yesterday. And so as he's there, because he was in a coma for part of that time, I was thinking about that was my last experience with him. And I would have had that memory with me forever. And it only happened 2 months before he had the heart attack and in the car. So then fast forward in 2010 in December, we came here. I flew 25 people from my family here. I paid for it with travel dollars from World Ventures. I brought 25 people here. We stayed here for Christmas week. We had dinner at my favorite restaurant here. It's called Bryte Lyfe, and they're a private wine cellar. They have the largest wine collection in the Western Hemisphere. They have the world's oldest bottle of wine in their private wine room, and that happened Christmas Eve, 2010. Those memories are irreplaceable for me and for my family. And to me, this is why people need this. This is why I do what I do. This is why when I got out in the industry in 2008, I made a lot of money from 2008 till 2000, essentially 22, when I got back into the industry, 21, and started consulting and then started this. I could have kept doing that, but I wasn't fulfilled making money in real estate and flipping houses and working with construction crews, because I missed this. And because it's the memories that we have the ability for people to create with what we're doing, and sharing these stories and encouraging people to dream and encouraging people to make these memories with their families. This is what's powerful about what we're doing. It's not about the money. It's not about, the success. It's not about being the biggest. Those things are all great. But the memories and talking about the memories and the travel, to me, these are the things that get people excited about living life. Where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself? Where would you like to spend next Christmas? Where would you like to spend next New Year's? That's what we do. We do holidays, we take trips. It's what we've always done. We don't do gifts. We take trips. Some of you also saw the video that I made. That's what we've always done. My daughter never even made a Christmas list until she was probably 10, and that was just because of my ex, but that's a whole other story. But
That's a t-shirt, so.
yeah, so yeah, we don't give gifts, we give life. We take trips because to me, these are the things that you will never forget. These are the things that you will never replace. The gifts and the tchotchkes and the toys and all that stuff comes and goes. But it's just a different way to live life. The other thing is I would encourage you to inspire your family. Because I think in order to be successful with this business, you need to have complete buy-in from your spouse or your partner and also your children. Because although our greatest conflict lies with our subconscious, I truly believe that having a healthy partnership with your family as it relates to your business is paramount because there will be sacrifices that you have to make. And I want to prepare you for that now because success does not come without sacrifice. And so I think posting travel photos, printing out your travel photos that you have, and even ones that are like your visions where you want to go. And I've got a couple of other ideas I'm about to show you. But putting the travel photos around the house, printing out, because we're in a day and age where everything's digital, and a lot of people don't put photos out. You're on social media, you're on the computer, but go print out some of your favorite travel photos and get them in frames to put them around the house. Here's the other thing. They become conversation pieces when you have people over too. This becomes a way to recruit, becomes a way to dream. It becomes a way for people to see the lifestyle and what we're doing and the memories that we're creating. These are some of my favorite travel photos. I have that photo of us in front of the Christmas tree in the Royal Tower from December 2010 with my whole family, 25 of us. Here, my brother, sister, their kids, Gianna's mom, her family. I flew everybody here. We had a blast. And every one of them, it was their first time here. Every single one. And so printing out your photos, putting them around the house, even if they're not yours, even if they're places that you want to go that's on your bucket list, take each place that's on your bucket list and print out a photo from that place and put it in a frame and put it in your house. These are memories. This is motivation. One of the other things that I had for years, I have 2 maps and globes in my office. My whole office is all travel themes. I have some really cool old trunks, like the steamer trunks from that are antiques. And so it's all travel themed. But the maps there's a couple different maps that you can get. One they have that you can scratch off, like it's like a lottery ticket, but it's a map, you can scratch it off and you can scratch off where you've been. Then you can do pins, and you can do one with pins, and you can put pins where you've been for one color and pins where you want to go with another color. And having that map up in your house, because this is a way to tie your family in and to tie your friends in as you're, living your life. And it's reminders. These are constant reminders of what we're trying to do, where we're trying to go, what the objectives are. And so putting these up in your house gives you an opportunity to, share the vision with the people that have got to be partnered on your dream. Because there's going to be times when you're going to miss a T-ball game or a little league game or practice or maybe even a concert. There's going to be things that you're going to miss. And here's what I'll tell you. Success requires sacrifice, and sacrifice comes in different forms. And so, Gianna will tell you that, I love being an entrepreneur. So I'm usually the only dad in the carpool line. I take her to school every day. I pick her up from school every day. I know all the moms all know me, and any of the school stuff, it's me and the moms. But I'm proud of that because most of the dads don't do that. They're not engaged, or they're at work, or they're doing their thing, or the moms do it, you know, but I've been a single dad my whole life, and so I've done those things. But there's been things I've missed. You know, I've missed a couple of concerts. I've missed activities. I was at all of her plays where she was the lead in the musical. I planned around that because I had that schedule well in advance. You know, but there are going to be times when you're going to have to make a decision to miss something. And I assure you that if you asked her, she would be okay with me missing that one concert that was a group concert because she's got, you know, 250,000 miles in her American Airlines account, you know? And so she would much rather be here and not be at home in Prosper right now where it's 20 degrees. And for me to have to miss something every once in a while. But as an entrepreneur, you can't do it all. And so that's why I think it's important that you have a talk with your family and your children and your significant other who's important to you and explain to them why you're doing what you're doing, what you're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to accomplish, about impact, about the difference, about helping other people experiencing these things. Because if these conversations don't happen, then it becomes easy for the subconscious to sneak in and go, you're not serious, not really serious, gonna go to the T-ball practice, there's going to be lots of T-ball games. There's going to be lots of T-ball practices. There's going to be lots of concerts. But if it's an event or if it's a meeting or if it's a big presentation or your team needs you, you may have to miss some. And that's okay. And those of you that have massive goals, it's going to be more than a little. You're going to have to make some choices. If you have smaller goals, maybe you can fit it in and work most things around, and maybe you're better organizer and schedule, and maybe you have a spouse or a partner so that, you know, so wife can be there or the husband can be there and only one of you has to miss. But what I'm telling you is that if your family is bought in on the vision and on the dreams and on what we're going to do and where we're going to go and where you're going to take them and the life that you could give them, I promise you they would much rather you miss the T-ball practice and go to the Atlantis than to go to the T-ball practice and miss the Atlantis. And she's living, you know, and it's the being an entrepreneur. You know, there's sometimes she's like, Dad, you're on your phone a lot. I'm like, yeah, but you're with me. Because if you weren't with me, you wouldn't even know I was on my phone, because if I wasn't an entrepreneur, I wouldn't be with you. I'd be sitting in an office and you'd be riding the bus like the rest of your friends. And so these are the things that you have to think about and the ebbs and flows of how it goes, so that when you are living your life and you are facing these conversations and you are making decisions, then you're not allowing your subconscious to use things like that as an excuse or a reason for you not to succeed. Because normally the conversation in your head doesn't show up like that. I can't miss T-ball, can't miss this. I can't do a meeting on Thursday night because I got a T-ball game. There's going to be lots of T-ball games. There's going to be lots of that. Okay. So I'm going to let one of our guest speakers come up next. But when you get back and you have these conversations and you rearrange your office, you set things up differently, I would encourage you, if you do have a home office or if you've been working in a room of your house, go to a different room. If you don't have an office, or rearrange it, change it, where your computer's set up, where your laptop is set up, and then do these travel things. Print some photos out, get the maps out, do your vision board, put your pins on the map, or get the scratch off map, or whatever you're going to do, and make this some of the first things you do as soon as you get back. In fact, if I was you, and I'm going to talk about it when we get to goals, about a 365 calendar that I'm going to recommend from a friend of mine, Jesse Itzler. I would order these things before you leave so that they could be there when you get back. You can get these maps off Amazon. They're super cheap. You could get some picture frames and then find some pictures on your phone. You could send them to like Walmart or CVS on email. They can print them out. You can pick them up. So this is one of those things where it's like, let's get back and do these things immediately. Like, don't wait, and then you get back, and then it's like, I'll do it in a week, I'll do it in a. It starts now. It's the snooze button, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually bring up Denson to do our next section. And I love working with Denson. You know, I've been doing this a really long time, but Denson's actually been doing it longer. And the thing that I really love about Denson is he and I get along because we're both red green. So he's very analytical and he's very structured. And I think his training is really good. But the other thing is that he understands the industry because he's participated at all levels. So he's been a company executive, he's been a consultant, he's had ownership, he's been the number one distributor in basically every company that he's been in. He's a consummate professional. He's a great family man. He is very eloquent. He's got a radio station voice. His presentation, by the way, is probably better than mine. He did the presentation that we did in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, and I was on a call with some of the leaders, and I was just like, hey, I'm going to make some stories in 2025. And so I'm turning somebody into a millionaire in 2025. Like it's happening and maybe more than one. And so Denson was like, okay, I'm ready. And so I said, okay, well, I'll come out before Christmas. He's like, before Christmas? And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, you said you were ready. Well, what are we waiting for? So went out, they put together meetings on short notice. We signed up a ton of people. We had a couple people hit rank out of that meeting literally on the Friday before Christmas. And did some powerful meetings, packed houses. So he does it at all levels, but I really love listening to him talk about what the potential is of what we have, because he can give you a perspective that's not biased because it's not me, right? And so he joined because of these things. And so he's going to tell you why he made the decision to be a rep here. He did not get paid to come here. And there's a lot of companies in the industry that offered me money, that offer him money. And at World Ventures, we never paid any leaders because the deal was the deal. And if you pay people to come, and people do it, and it happens all the time, those people are never loyal because they didn't come because it was the deal. They came because they paid them to come. And this happens all the time. I just had a really good friend who I thought was going to be joining us, and another company wrote him, you know, a big check to come put their name on their company. And I go, I think you'll look back on this as a very short-sighted, bad decision. And you're going to be calling me in 6 months and you're going to lose some credibility. But he's a big boy, and so he's got to make that decision. But if you've got to pay people to join your company is never going to make it. And Jeunesse is the perfect example of that. Jeunesse bought all their leaders, they bought all their volume, and they went from over $1 billion to bankrupt in under 3 years, 4 years. I mean, they are textbook of exactly how not to recruit loyal leaders that'll perform. And I believe we'll bring our leaders in from within. And I think Denson will give you a perspective today that's not biased because it's not me, and he didn't get paid to come here. He's going to tell you why he's here and why you're in the right place. So please give it up for Denson Taylor.
You guys give it up for Wes. Man, there's some people here. Unbelievable. All right, awesome. Well, hey, first off, it is awesome to be here, and I'm gonna be real honest with you guys. In fact, when I walked out of here to find the restroom, anybody's going to the restroom, you know, it's a long walk. But the memories, he's absolutely right. We were here 20 years ago. Okay, that was the first time we came here. We came here with a company. It was actually the first time I was introduced to travel. Okay, the idea of like getting a travel agent credential and saving money. And I actually walked through a huge ballroom. And we actually had that ballroom. And then, you know, you look into the future, you think about the vision. I walked through this ballroom, and we probably had 1,000 people in that room before Christmas here in the Atlantis. And that memory, I mean, 20 years ago, Wes, it felt like yesterday. I mean, I walked through there, and we had our kids with us. some of y'all know, my wife and I lost our son about a year and a half ago to a very rare form of cancer. But that made this memory even more special when I think about it, because, we were here, with them. And I just thought about all the people. I thought about the kids and their reaction, how they were running through, and the money we spent in the malls and the hotel and all that. But, the bottom line is the experiences and the memories are so important. So when I looked at this, okay, number one, and I think it's because being a leader in network marketing, my business, our business, okay, anybody that's a leader, it's about our people. It's about us making people money at the, end of the day. So we know that the product must be, it must be a real product, because the only difference, a lot of people can't distinguish the difference between a pyramid scheme and a legitimate network marketing opportunity. Does anybody know what makes something legitimate? Like, you think about this comp plan. I was telling somebody this the other day. Our comp plan, you refer two people, you qualify for the whole comp plan, they can pay you up to 500 grand a month. Well, what would make that illegal? If there was no legitimate product, right? And many of us know people in our networks right now where if there was no legitimate product, like if I told, what's your name again? Okay, if I told Kirk, I said, Kirk, look, man, I got something where you come up with $200, and all you need to do is bring two people with $200, and all they have to do is bring. So if you bring two, you don't have to pay anything monthly. But if you bring two and they bring two, if that happens 12 times, Kirk, you're making $50,000 a month. Now, Kirk, look, we might have to go away for a year, but when we come back, you got 50 grand a month. I know people that would do that. And I mean, I know people right now that say, just a year. Yeah, okay. I didn't do that, right? Well, the thing that makes this legitimate is what? The product. There's so much value in our product. Like what Eva and Wes and the teams put together here is unbelievable. I think about, like Wes mentioned, a boat club. We had a boating club. We were a member of a boating club before the pandemic. We had to pay like $4 grand to get it set up. And I think it was like $300 or $400 a month. It had nowhere near the value of what we have here. Another club, $200 and some a month. So my point is this: we got the product, but we got the kind of comp plan where we can help people win. So the first thing that got my attention here is this: okay, we got a great product that makes us different from anything else. But the second thing is we can help people win here. I mean, you all think about it. I don't know if you ever thought about this before, but you all answer this for me. Do you think people can more effectively build 2 teams or 3 teams or 8 teams or 10 teams? More people are going to win with 2, especially since we can only put 2 people front line, right? And everybody else goes below other people. So now Kirk can use people that I have, my spillover, and I can use spillover for my other line, and so on and so on and so on. So now all of a sudden, we got a situation in place where a person can win as long as they don't quit. So our first travel company was a company called YTB. And actually, that wasn't the first. The first one was a company called CyberWise, and they, you get involved there. You could, purchase the travel credential. That was basically what it was. That's where Card Meal came from. Well, YTB came along and they did it in a different way, where they were marketing the idea of being a travel agent. Okay, you get the credentials, and we would come in the hotels. I'm a travel professional. What can you do for me? And they give us a discount. Well, most people got involved, why? To be a travel agent to get the discount, but nobody was selling travel. You all ever heard of something called industry disruptors? YTB was a disruptor in a way, but what we're doing here is this is a real industry disruptor. Because when I think about that company, if we were sold on making money in travel, that means that we weren't giving the customer the lowest price, right? because we were trying to make money in travel. But when the regulators look at something like that, guess what ends up happening? Nobody's making money in travel. Now, all of a sudden, that can be turned into what? A pyramid scheme. And that's why you see companies, with that model that have issues. Well, when you think about what we're doing here, something that Wes said, he probably, he may not have ever even thought about this, but there's been a lot when he said this to me. He said, our company will never make $1 in travel. We're passing 100% of that back to the rep base, back to the membership. You don't know how significant that is. So now all of a sudden, if you look at another company and they try to sell you on making money in travel, you just know that you're not doing the best thing for the end consumer. Why? Because it's a markup there. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes.
So that meant a lot to me as well, because I knew, like, one thing we saw in YTV was this. That company had, legal issues. In fact, I was in a leadership meeting. My wife remembers this, I'm sure. We were in Orlando. We were in a leadership meeting. I'm getting texts from some of my leaders. Well, man, what about this lawsuit that's going on? Like, what lawsuit? So the owner of the company is in the front of the room, and I'm getting texts about a lawsuit from one attorney general and another attorney general, and so on and so on and so on. But then in the meantime, Wes's new company is just exploding all over the world. Why? Because they didn't have that hanging over their heads of trying to make people into travel agents. Okay, so that was one thing that got, my attention here. But the biggest thing for me, I'm telling you, was the potential power of this compensation plan. And I want to tell you something. I learned this from a billionaire that lives in Dallas, Texas. As a matter of fact, our first company. And he said something to me that has stuck with me for 30 years. And what he said is this. He said, only in network marketing, only as an entrepreneur can you work your work and maybe not get paid to maybe one day get paid to not work. Well, think about this. Especially with this comp plan, we get paid for what we start, not necessarily what we do. So as a leader, when I look at a company and I look at an opportunity, I know it's not a get rich quick scheme. We're not looking for get rich quick. What do we want to do? For me, I'm at a point in my life where it's not even about getting rich. Rich is not about money. Let's put it that way. Rich is about what? Being able to free your time and do the things that you want to do because you want to do them. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
You can stockpile money, yes, but residual income is about virtually being rich. Like, somebody give me an amount. What does it take for you to live? Anybody? Monthly income. Okay, 4,000 a month. So think about this. 4,000 a month to live. What if she can make 4,000 a month in automatic income? Some people, like, I had a guy one time that was probably making 3,000 a month on his job. I said, what would it take, for you to be free? Oh, let me think. 10,000 a month. I said, man, I would say teaching school. I don't know what he did. Teaching school, they pay you 10,000 a month. No, I make 3,000 a month. Well, wow, it doesn't make sense. If you don't have to go to work, why would it take you 3 times what you're making now to be free? But my point is this: 4,000 a month sets a person free. Whatever it is, different amounts to different people. Well, if that sets her free and that frees her up to where she can travel and do the things that she wants to do, guys, that's wealthy. That it's not about the money in the bank, because if interest rates, this was easy to figure. I don't know what interest rates are now, but it was easy to figure when interest rates were 1%. You all remember when they were that low? So 1%. So you'd have to have, let's say 500 a month. You'd have to have about 600,000 in the bank to make 500 a month in interest at 1% rates. So if you were able to develop 500 a month in residual income in an opportunity like this, that's got a real value of $600,000. Guys, don't take that for granted. Okay, what would influence of 15K be worth? It's not about having billions of dollars in the bank. It's about having the asset that creates the income from the millions of dollars. And the asset here is what? A solid business model. something that's not gonna be here today and gone tomorrow. So, once, like I've got a few friends that I have the utmost respect for. When they vetted this company and looked at who was the head of it, who was behind it, that was all I needed to hear. So, because when I first looked at this comp plan, I was like, there's no way. There's no way that this will last. This is, one of those deals where it'll be here today, gone tomorrow. But when I learned about the infrastructure, that kind of thing, that made all the difference in the world. So what I do is, look, this is not going to be here today, gone tomorrow. If we build it and build it right, guess what? You'll never have to work for money again if you don't want to. I think we've been so conditioned to jobs, a lot of people will keep their job. But guess what? Your job is not as bad. I remember I got a guy to a point where he didn't need his job, right? So he got to a point in income where, he could just quit his job. He didn't use that income. So he walks in one day and just, goes off, kicks a chair. And his boss is like, "You're okay, Jimmy?" I mean, he would have gotten fired before, but he knew he didn't need the job. So he was like, "Jimmy, what could we do?" So when you get to the point where you don't need the money, your job is not as bad because it doesn't matter. And that's, I think, what it's all about. So that's kind of what I see here. And what I would tell you all to do is this: do not take what Wes is saying for granted, because I never thought about it that way, as far as when a person looks at this, they're going to lose at least 50% the first 24 hours. I never thought about that, but I do know this: the biggest businesses that we ever built, okay, and my wife will remember this, we did meetings like twice a day. So if a person saw it at noon, they were bringing people back at 7. And I used to have a motto: bring me the guests and let me do the rest. I didn't realize why that made me successful, but I just thought that in all of my years in network marketing, I just thought about that. That is exactly what happens. In fact, I'll prove it to you guys right now, okay? I'm gonna whisper something in Eva's ear, okay? And I want you to whisper it to this person, to whisper it to this person. And by the time it gets to the back of the room, let's see how much of it is retained. Okay, and in fact, would you guys participate? Okay, all right, so let me think of something that is. In fact, Eva, you can say whatever, okay? Because I don't even want to know what it is. You whisper it to this person, and let's see if it comes back the same. Okay. So, and guys, that's the most profound thing I've ever heard. Okay, so she's whispering a secret to this person that's gonna whisper it to this person. And look at what the message goes back to now. It takes Einstein to retain enough of it, right? But even Einstein, if they go home to some of our spouses, even Einstein, they don't even get that point across, right? All right, so. Okay, all right, so now she's gonna whisper to the next person. I tell you what, I picked the perfect person because, Eva, I'm sure, came up with something great. But hey, that is the way that works. Wes, that's profound. So from now on, I'm gonna tell you what I've already gotten from this meeting is this: we used to have something we call BAM Fam. Okay, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that. Book a meeting from a meeting. Yeah. So when you get a person involved, they're excited right then, book a meeting from a meeting. And guess what? It doesn't need to be. What happens when a person books a meeting a week out or 2 weeks out or whatever it is? Yeah, you're really screwed up if you Kurt. So book a meeting from a meeting. And one thing that we actually used to do this. I think that some of us in this room have probably forgotten more about network marketing than most people ever know. But what we used to do is this. I would say, Kurt, let me ask you something. from what you see here, are you excited about, possibly being able to scratch those things off your bucket list trip at no cost? Okay, great. Now, you saw this comp plan. This comp plan is absolutely incredible. Give me an amount that would excite you.
15,000.
Okay, 15,000 a month. Now, let me ask you this, Kurt. If I could help you get there, you want to do it fast or slow? Fast, okay, all right, great. Now, Kurt, and then what you do at this point, you go to your calendar, your phone, okay? So it's like, Kurt, let me see something here. And I'm just, I'm acting like I'm looking at a book calendar. He may not be anything in my calendar. He doesn't know that though. And I'm like, man, let me see here, Kurt. I'll tell you what, and I see how serious you are, Kurt, so I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna have to move something around. Okay. And you flip your calendar closed, 7 o'clock, your house tomorrow night, I'll be there. I want you to get everybody you can there, okay? That's that. He's gonna use his influence to get his people to his house. Does that make sense to you guys? Now, if I said, okay, Kurt, let me know what works for you, whatever, no, I'm gonna say, look, I'm booked, 7 o'clock, your house tomorrow night, you get everybody you can there. And guess what, Kurt? If you get 20 people there, we get 10 members hooked up for you. You just got $1,000 that you can use in the wholesale app, and you created $300 a month. That's my goal for you tomorrow night, okay? So can you put 20 people that you got influence with in your house tomorrow? That's it. That's it. Can you all see how that is the difference? So he's not trying to go explain this to his wife or whatever. His wife is gonna be there. So she hears exactly what he heard. And that's the thing. Because you know what? Even if he retained 100%, Kurt going to try to explain it to his spouse, that's still tough, right? Why? Because the $200 is coming out of her household as well. So, that's the biggest difference. Okay. So that now let me think here, because it was one other thing. We're almost to the back of the room. We're almost to the back of the room. So let's see. Where is he? Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fine. We're gonna wait until Eva comes back. And we're gonna go to the last person. We'll see what she started with, and then we'll see what it ended up being. And I think this can kind of illustrate what happens in that situation. Okay, so yeah, we're almost done back here.
CRS, I can't remember.
Now, guys, I'm gonna give you one other piece of advice here, because the one thing, like when Wes came to Atlanta, he did say this, and I agree with him. That he said, look, I'm the only one in the company that is, working this thing day in, day out, right? Yeah. Because we all are busy doing other things. It's a brand new company. Don't beat yourself up about that, because it's just reality. So, my point is this. We all know what to do. Oh, okay, we're gonna take it even further. That's great. I appreciate it.
Oh, we're bringing it up.
I wonder how many words.
Sorry. Oh, dang it.
Okay, all right. Did she just give it to you? She didn't just give it to you.
She did.
Did she? Yeah, so give that.
There it is. Do you remember any of it?
Well,
Oh, man. Now, one other thing I'll tell you guys is this. We live in the internet age right now, right? So if you follow people on social media, a lot of people will tell you, hey, we live in the internet age. Because I'm one of those people. I know that I have to do some things different because of the internet age, right? We've always done face-to-face meetings. We used to do weekly meetings in rooms like this. Oh, and the Saturday morning training, we'd have 250 people in a room. Okay, so we would do rooms like this, and the relationships. In fact, John was in some of those meetings that we did 25 years ago. How exciting were those meetings, John? Very exciting. I'm telling you, it made people just want to be a part of what we were doing. And we did, those meetings like, man, every week it would be hundreds of people, and then every day we had meetings going on. So we didn't have to worry about, that was the system, right? So we didn't have to worry about people getting a watered down version or whatever. They would all come and it was the same thing, period. So my point is this, we have to go back to our markets and do that exact same thing, because the most powerful thing that we can ever do for a person is anybody that's in this room today, go back and get in front of other people, and they're gonna feel your passion. They're gonna see that, yeah, this is real, they're serious, and it just kind of takes care of itself at that point. Okay, so Eva, we've actually worked ourselves
Okay.
all the way. So once we get to the last person, we're gonna have Eva to come up, tell us exactly what she started with. There's some confused looks in here now. And I had that done one time. It was like, it was a totally different message by the time it got to the end of the room. Okay, so, again, we just have to get back and get face to face. Now, one thing I love about Wes is that he wants everybody to have experiences, and this is great. But Wes, I wanna make a suggestion to you. I remember one of the most special things when we built our first company was going to a special place called Dallas. I think you should put Dallas on the books. Would you guys agree? Okay, make it convenient for yourself. Do it in your hometown where everybody can drive to it. And I think even at this point, we'll have hundreds of people there. What do y'all think about Dallas? Let's give it up for Dallas. I'm telling you. The first place that I met Wes, that I was blown away. I mean, it was like, wow, and I'm not even a Dallas fan. But, so think about that, Wes. All right, so now, have we gotten to the last person? Oh, okay, good. So Eva and Margaret, my wife. Okay, you guys come up and let's see how we were able to maintain this message. Okay, so Eva, what was your original message?
No. You gotta get
Let her say it first.
Margaret needs to say it first.
Yeah.
Oh, that's, yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's do that.
Let's see.
Hey, don't be back.
Oh. In my mind.
That was because I'll present this.
Let's see. Wes is gonna take this company to $1 billion.
All right. So Wes, so she comes home to present this to me, and she says, something like, Wes, we don't take this to $1 billion company, we gotta give it $200. Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, it's not bad, but with all the Einsteins in this room, we will take, let's see. We will become the largest travel and entertainment company valued at $1 billion.
That wasn't even.
This is the operative with all the Einsteins in this room.
Think about what she just said when they got back here. This, in fact, I want you to repeat what you just said. Because the only thing that got back to my wife was billion. Wes,
All right, so from there to here, so what, 15 people, it went from that to Wes has an Einstein-sized brain, and we're gonna take this to $1 billion. Or Wes is a
so point proven, right? And look, by the time they got to Margaret, the Einstein brain, everything went away as to Wes is gonna take this to $1 billion company. So I think that's the best example. And what it illustrates is this. We just got to do the work. The only place that success comes before work is in the dictionary. So all we got to do is put work in. This man just said that he's gonna create some millionaires possibly this year, over the next 12 months. Now, who in this room would work over the next 12 months to become a millionaire? Who in this room wouldn't raise your hand right now, no matter what I say to you, raise your hand? So 12 months, because I heard this analogy one time, okay? You're in front of a judge, you did something wrong, the judge says, okay, I'm gonna give you two choices. You can choose one. You can choose, let's say, 2 weeks or 1 year of hard labor, or you can do life in prison. Which one would you choose?
1 year.
Hardly.
1 year of hard labor.
Yes.
Now, guys, we're talking about hard labor. We're talking about getting in front of people and showing the business. Hard labor. We're talking about having Kirk pull 10 or 20 people together and showing a video. Hard labor. We're talking about going to places like Miami and the Bahamas and Tulum, Mexico. We're talking about hard labor. Okay? We're talking about 5-star hotels. This is gonna really be tough. We're talking about hard labor. Okay? And we're talking about helping other people to do that for 1 year, hard labor, or life in prison. Or life every day doing the exact same thing. Man, I hate my job. I'm so tired of saying Kurt, life in prison. They're paying me just enough to get by, and I'm doing just enough to keep from getting fired hard, just life in prison. You all see how crazy that sounds? But I think the biggest thing that hurts most people is the idea of somebody saying no, to you. But, you do have to jog that self-conscious, because when you get to a point where I was at a point, I've been at a point like this in network marketing for years, where if I'm really dialed in on something, I know the value of it, I look at people like they're stupid if they don't see it. And I remember when we built that travel company, my sponsor, he was making $100,000 a month in residual income, and he had a close. And I think we really could use this clothes, but I don't care who it was. We had one of the big news ladies in Memphis one time. We sat down with her, went through everything. What his clothes was. Are you in or are you stupid? And people would look at him and say, well, I ain't stupid. I'm in. So however you do it, just do it, okay? And just show, we got all kind of videos, PowerPoints, whatever. It doesn't matter sometimes what you say, it's how you say it. And, I'm a big money guy as far as, I think because I want to see people win, I want to help people win. The money is the most important part to me, but I so appreciate the fact that they added so much value here that it's an absolute no-brainer. In fact, the trips that you guys announced, the partnerships as far as the bucket list, like Wes said, I'm analytical. So I go in and I pull like the Dubai, the Saatchi property, I pulled the Maldives property. I went to their website. I said, okay, if I book this for 3 days, what would it cost? Some of these trips, guys, if you went to their website, will cost you $5,000. Well, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I do know that that's over $400 a month. Well, does that make the membership a great deal? If that's all that we gave a person? Not to mention, World Vantage, and not to mention pulling the retail out.
I discovered it early because I've worked at major for years.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try and go to the stock meet. Yes, they were reselling in bulk. And it $39.
Wow. $3,900. Wow. Unbelievable.
So I ended up staying somewhere else, but it was $3,900 is what I would.
That is unbelievable. And you know what? It's like that everywhere. Why? Because that's what's different about this company. We're not trying to make money in travel. We're not really, when I think about this, we're not in the travel business, we're in the lifestyle business. We're about elevating people's lifestyles. That's what it's all about. And life is what God gives us, but lifestyle is how we choose to live it, right? That's the business that we're in. Let's elevate your lifestyle. For some people, that might be a fishing trip. For some people, it might be concerts. For some people, it might be nightlife when they go out. For some people, it might just be going to Vegas to, like us, we love going to Vegas. You know what the favorite part is? Buffets. It's not gambling. It's about, I'm telling you,
We like to eat.
that's right. It's just going to the buffets, man. And the shows. I'm sorry, my wife's like, I want to see Bruno Mars. It's like, so we'll see Bruno Mars now. But I'm thinking I ain't paying retail to see Bruno Mars. No, I just said that. I don't know why. I'll have to explain that later. All right. So does anybody have any questions I can answer for you before I finish up here? I think everybody recognizes where we are, but I will tell you this. I believe that this company will get to a point, because it's such a no-brainer. It will get to a point where people will contact us to get involved. And, again, it's all about the lifestyle. Like the comp plan right now, you do have to have vision with this, because it's about doing things the right way. Okay, I know people in the industry, they'll start stuff and, they'll pay on things that it's not even legal to pay on, to make people money up front. Well, that's not what this is all about. It is about, you think about this. If you get paid for what you start, not what you do, okay, and I got Kurt and I got, what's your name again? Okay, Tiffany.
What's your name again?
I got Tiffany in the business. And let's say over the next 2 years, Kurt grew to this, Tiffany grew to this, and I'm not even active in the business. Would you still pay me if I've got 2 active members, if that happened?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And not even if I've got 2 active members, if I got, 2 influence, well, 2 active members qualifies for the comp plan. But if we say we got 70 and 70, that's 3,000 a month. Well, what if those 70 turned into 250 and 250? Now that's 7,500 a month. What if that turned into 500, 500? Now that's 15,000 a month. So for some of you all, you might do better to just get out of the way of your business if you're not where you need to be, if you got the right person there. And you're like, what do you mean? Just get out of the way. Just go travel. Post when you travel. Don't worry about doing anything else. Just go travel. Well, I'm making all this money. We got to go travel. Just go do it. Okay, so guys, I appreciate the opportunity. Wes, I'm telling you, yeah, I'm with you, man. We're gonna get this done. So
All right, everybody give it up for Denson. How we get a special recorded video from our director of commercial accounts, Sarah Gallo. Sarah had an event this weekend that she was speaking at. She was a featured speaker for a large event, and so she's not with us, so she recorded a special video for you guys with some B2B updates. So
Excellent. Uh-oh.
once.
We'll have to say this is the first time Sarah was quiet.
It's coming.
Getting there.
Yes. And so that includes everything from travel life to live life well life, give life, to our golf amenities, to our hot deals, to everything in between, everything that you guys get.
There we go.
Hi, everyone. So today I want to dive into the B2B side of things. As of now, you definitely know all about everything that we have to offer at Bryte Lyfe, and all of those offerings are included in the B2B offering as well. So that's really important to know. The only difference is that I package it as the complete employee restorative experience. And so that includes everything from travel life to live life, well life, give life, to our golf amenities, to our hot deals, to everything in between. Everything that you guys get as a member is also what employees will get when this is integrated into their employee benefit program. So rather than honing in on that, because I believe that we all know all of those amazing offers that we have, I wanted to show you the employer side of things. So we're going to take it from the point of view of the employer, see how this could help them combat turnover, employee burnout, and what it would look like if it were integrated from their point of view. And one of the things that's really exciting about the B2B branch of Bryte Lyfe is that we are the only company that's offering this. We're the only company that's offering travel and lifestyle benefits. And so it's so exciting. And everyone that I've spoken to so far on the B2B side of things really thinks that what we're offering is just so unique and so important in the space. And I will dive into some of the stats that back all of that up momentarily as well. So what I'm going to do is share my screen with you, and we'll go through what this looks like for an employer as part of that employee benefits package, so to speak. So let me share my screen. All right. So of course, as you all know, we are focused on increasing productivity and retention with exclusive travel and lifestyle perks. This is what we are offering to employers, and it's of course the B2B program here at Bryte Lyfe. So ultimately, we want employers to empower their teams and stand out with unique benefits, and we're the unique benefits. So I thought that this statistic from Forbes was pretty incredible. It's that companies investing in employee well-being see dramatic returns, a 59% reduction in turnover costs, while their teams are 69% less likely to job hunt and 71% less likely to burn out. So those are some incredible stats that will be able to back up our program. Of course, we dive into the common corporate challenges. These are, again, employee burnout, unused vacation time, rising health costs. Burnout is driving up healthcare costs and reducing productivity. Skipping vacation leads to higher stress and absenteeism, lower employee engagement, increased turnover. In fact, 62% of Americans didn't use all their PTO last year, which accounts for $312 billion in unused vacation days last year, which I know sounds good, but it's really not. We'll get into that. And of course, encouraging vacation time boosts well-being and performance for all employees. The corporate loss from stress and the driving costs. So for every $1 saved from unused vacation time, the company actually loses up to $6 in productivity and healthcare costs, because burnt out employees have higher medical claims, more sick days, lower productivity, creativity, innovation, the list goes on. And of course, the numbers don't lie. So here we're going to dive deeper into the benefits of employee well-being, wellness programs. So guess what these? 89% of employees don't feel that their company truly cares about their well-being. 36% of workers state that their organizations have nothing in place to prevent employee burnout. 44% of employees experience physical fatigue from work-related stress. 36% experience cognitive weariness, and 32% experience emotional exhaustion. These physiological effects result in decreases in critical areas of their life, such as lack of interest, motivation, and energy, and lack of effort at work. 69% of employees say that they would work harder if they felt more recognized for their work efforts. And crazy enough, turnover costs U.S. employers over $1 trillion a year. Replacing a lost employee costs between 33% and 150% of annual salary, depending on skill set and seniority. And of course, it impacts operations, hurts morale, and makes companies less competitive as they lose experienced workers. And for every 10,000 employees, there is the potential to lose up to $20 million due to low well-being and its negative effect on productivity. So looking at these statistics, What we've created here at Bryte Lyfe is truly a no-brainer as we're looking to combat burnout, and we're looking to combat these high health claims and these unused vacation times, because we want to be able to show that employers care about their employees. And moving forward, time and statistics about employee engagement. So these are on the more positive side and really support what we're doing. So 64% of employers are influenced by the desire to create benefits plans that will set them apart from competition. The average return on investment for employee wellness programs is 6-to-1. 94% of brokers report that some or all of their employer clients invest in rewards and incentives to optimize their wellness programs. 72% of employers saw a reduction in healthcare costs after implementing a wellness program. 44% of companies plan to invest more in employee wellness benefits, with 51% anticipating the same level of investment and only 4% expect a decrease in investment. And 90% of employees report less burnout when their employer uses a recognition-based wellness program. In fact, they're also up to twice as likely to have a positive lookout on their lives. Sure. So what is the solution to employee burnout? Of course, that's Bryte Lyfe benefits. So while most companies offer basic PTO, Bryte Lyfe allows each employer to provide an extraordinary vacation benefit that few companies offer, which enhances their competitive edge. So imagine the impact of not just offering PTO, but going above and beyond by offering their employees a bucket list trip. A bucket list trip, as we know, is a complimentary 3-night stay for 2 at a 5-star hotel each year. And nearly 31% of employees say that mandatory PTO is a top benefit. So if you combine employees saying that mandatory PTO is a top benefit with employers offering a bucket list trip on top of their PTO or that they can use during their PTO, it's truly incredible. Because when somebody goes on a bucket list trip or when somebody takes their PTO, employees return re-energized, more productive, and re-engaged. And of course, this reduces stress, promotes their company as an ally to its employees. And we believe that by incorporating Bryte Lyfe benefits into an employee benefits package, the employer may see 3 times return in productivity and engagement, according to studies on the financial impact of vacations. Of course, we want to boost retention through travel and lifestyle benefits. Employee overload leads to high turnover, which thereby means very costly recruitment and training costs. Companies that prioritize employee well-being and 59% reduction in turnover costs, which will really help companies with the costs that it takes to hire and retain employees, and a culture that promotes well-being results in loyalty and long-term engagement. So the power of vacation benefits, unlocking employee potential. Well-rested employees bring back fresh ideas, motivation, a renewed focus. Companies that encourage regular vacations may see a 20% increase in productivity, and encouraging time off and bucket list trips boosts performance, creativity, and sustained productivity. Ultimately, we want employers to encourage performance with Bryte Lyfe, because studies show that experiential rewards like travel can improve performance by up to 44%. So employers can use Bryte Lyfe benefits to motivate, to reward, to retain employees. They can recognize top contributors or work milestones, and ultimately this builds loyalty and engagement. And having the bucket list trips offers lasting value and memories that will last a lifetime. As we know, employees today seek more than a paycheck. They want work-life balance and meaningful experiences. The Bryte Lyfe Benefits program specifically stands out by offering exclusive travel and lifestyle benefits that top talent craves, and it will help employers retain their employees through these initiatives. Also, another really cool benefit is that Bryte Lyfe benefits will help improve corporate bottom line on business travel, because we can help them boost on business travel. Along with enhancing your employees' experience, we can also reduce travel expenses for the company, maximizing value at every opportunity. We can help employers save on every work trip. Employees who travel for business can book through Bryte Lyfe and take advantage of our exclusive discounts. And we made reimbursement simple. When employees submit for reimbursement, the employer benefits from employer lower cost, which potentially saves thousands per employee per trip. This is particularly helpful with conventions, because we are very, very present in convention areas, and that's also a great time for us to utilize the golf benefits as well. And of course, we want to make each and every company stand out with Bryte Lyfe benefits. As we said in the beginning, employees who feel that their employer cares about their well-being are 69% less likely to actively search for a new job and 71% less likely to report burnout. With Bryte Lyfe benefits, each company is prioritizing their employees' well-being and success, gaining a competitive edge in today's job market, and investing in unique travel, lifestyle, and wellness benefits that engage, retain, and re-energize their teams. We ultimately want employers to give their employees more than just PTO. We want them to offer unforgettable experiences that enhance their personal lives, reward their dedication, and enhance their company's performance. So we are so very excited about this. Just stop my screen share quickly. So very excited about what we are offering here at Bryte Lyfe Benefits. We've had phenomenal conversations so far with companies that are looking to implement everything we have to offer this year. And once again, this is a brilliant way for you to build your business as well, because all you have to do is ultimately, well, if you're a B2B rep, you just have to close the employer. And if you are not a B2B rep and you just know people who own businesses or are part of the corporate team of businesses, or their employees who happen to know their HR team or their founders, all you have to do is create an intro with me and I take it over from there, and we will help schedule them, close them, and ultimately get the employees in your downline as well. So lots of different areas to explore here. And of course, for our B2B reps, I am also here to help, to jump on calls, to make myself available as much as I can for all of you, because it's together that we can really ramp this up and make this such an exciting, powerful, life-changing program for employees, while ultimately also helping each and every employer. So again, reach out to me anytime. Reach out if you have any questions. I'm here to get on calls with you, to help you close your calls, to really help nurture these leads and really just build our B2B branch in 2025.
All right, so for those of you that have not gotten a chance to work with Sarah yet, she's incredible. And I think that this is probably one of our biggest areas of opportunity for 2025. Because in the meetings that we've had with businesses already, nobody has told us no. And so if you know companies or businesses, you really need to be utilizing the B2B program. You do not have to be a B2B rep. You can go to brytelifebenefits.com and submit your leads there. Sarah and the team will work the leads. They'll do all the work, the follow-up, and then of course the sales get split between you and them, and you don't have to do anything. And so it's a massive deal. And so just go to brytelifebenefits.com. All of these presentations, by the way, are not intended to be used by non-B2B reps, but you can get them all in the B2B drive, which is in the news in the back office. So all of these presentations have been constantly updated. And so for those of you that are already B2B reps, you have access to the drive, but the drive is still available for everyone in the news section of the back office where we talk about the B2B program. And Sarah's email is in there as well. It's just sarah@brytelifebenefits.com. And if you go to brytelifebenefits.com, that is where the website is. And so you can contact her there, you can submit the leads there, and you can get all that information in the back office. So we're going to move on and we're going to get into goal setting, and we're going to talk about some vision board ideas. But I'm going to go through this exercise with you, and I'd like for you all to participate as we go. One of the things that I think is really important when it comes to goal setting for the new year is that you need to make sure that you set goals that are realistic. I think a lot of times when people talk about goal setting, they have this like massive end goal. And I think it is much harder to compartmentalize and achieve larger long-term goals if they're not part of shorter-term realistic goals. And so my suggestion for you is to have 3 types of goals. Okay, so as we go through this, you want to have a short-term goal, you want to have a mid-range goal, and you want to have a long-term goal. And part of the goal setting process, in my opinion, is that they have to be manageable. So you need to make sure that you have milestones. And so it does not have to be rank related. Obviously, ranks are easy to monitor. So it could be a rank. It could be an income level. It could be a number of people personally signed up, like signing up 10 people, signing up 15 people, signing up 20 people. Helping get 5 people to Life for 300. So see, your goals don't necessarily have to just correspond with you and what you're trying to achieve. A lot of times people think, well, I have to set this like goal to be, at 500,000 a month in residual. That is not the case, because that goal is much harder to track. And so one of my tips is to take your goals and to work them back. And that's why I think it's important to have a short-term goal, a mid-range goal, and a long-term goal. So in my opinion, I think a good short-term goal would be like a 90-day goal. So what could be your goal for the next 90 days? And so once again, it could be a rank, it could be income, it could be a number of personal sales. It might not even be specifically just Bryte Lyfe. It could be even a physical goal, a mental goal, a well-being goal, a lifestyle, a commitment, like the things that we've been talking about. So it doesn't have to be monetary. I think that's another thing that people get confused, and it's like, you want to put whatever your goals are on other people. Having this exercise with people that you bring onto your team is also important. And if you're following that Bryte Lyfe blueprint, which some people have used and some people haven't, we need to get back in the habit of using that or something similar, having some kind of system for people to follow. And so with that, asking people why they joined. That's the first thing that I start any type of game planning with new people, is this goal setting type talk. Because if you know why somebody joined, then you can help them accomplish what it is. And the more people that you help accomplish their goals, the more of your goals are going to be accomplished by way of helping others do the same thing. So your goals will happen by default if you help other people accomplish theirs. So if you're asking everybody that comes into your business why they joined, why they signed up, what their reason for joining was, now you can effectively work with them and you can help them accomplish what they're trying to. So I want you to think about, for the next 90 days, what would be a good short-term goal for the next 90 days? And then we're going to talk a little bit about how to work that back and make that happen. So think for just a couple of seconds about what you think would be a good short-term goal that you could accomplish in the next 90 days. And once again, it doesn't have to be rank, it doesn't have to be income, this is you. You were talking to yourself, and remember, as you start setting these goals, this is that battle with your subconscious on how committed are you? Because we're going to talk about the work that's necessary to get you there in the next step. So what's a good short-term goal? The next 30, 60, 90 days that you can manage. I think it should be realistic. Yeah. Could be whatever you want it to be. It could be personal, it could be physical, it could be, it's new year, new you. We're talking about shaking up the system and shaking up the subconscious. So for you, you know what that needs to be. It could be a mix. It could be, I want to, lose 10 pounds and I want to sign up 20 people into Bryte Lyfe, or I want to help 3 people get to Life for 300 on my team, whatever it is. But things that are manageable, that are quantifiable. I don't like setting goals like, I want to make the most money I've ever made in my life. Well, how much is that? What does that look like? That's not quantifiable. goals that are not quantifiable, that are not measurable, in my opinion, are bad goals. Because how do you know when you got, you need to be able to measure it. And then what you'll see in the next step is when you get an end point, then you can work backwards and look over the next 90 days if you're on track. So what is that goal that is measurable, that's quantifiable, that's short-term over the next 30, 60, 90 days? Then I want you to go beyond that and look at the next 6 months to a year. Okay, so 90 days, then 6 months to a year. Could be a 6 month, could be a 9 month. But then what I consider more of a longer term goal is beyond a year.
And we have goals.
Yes. So this is your path. I want it to be your vision. Because here's the thing. I'm going to talk to you about what's necessary work-wise to make that happen. We're going to talk about the schedule next in terms of Bryte Lyfe. So you can look at what I give you in terms of work and commitment to help you hit your Bryte Lyfe goals. Then you can do that same thing for your personal goals. And Corey has committed to working with all of you on your wellness goals. So if you have wellness, fitness goals, then put those down. And Corey has said he will take any of your calls, any of your questions, any of your messages, and help you with nutrition. He'll help you with your workout activities, even with your schedule, and he'll help you develop a custom plan. And if you have questions while you're here this weekend, you can grab Noah. Noah's amazing. And Noah can talk to you and help you a little bit if you have some questions. But Corey literally is available through chat, through text. He'll set up a call with you. He does his calls first and third Mondays. You can ask questions on those. He takes questions. I know Kirk's been on a lot of those trainings. Other people have too. And he's answered questions and talked to people about their questions and their goals. So he can help you measure things out if you've got long-term fitness goals or health issues or health limitations or body limitations. He can talk to you about things that you could do to help you with those things. So short-term, mid-term, long range, and long range could be like a year or more, maybe 2 years, maybe a year, maybe 18 months. I don't like going beyond more than a year to 2 years on your goals because it is much harder to see if you're on track the further out you go. And that's why I like having things that are in bite-sized chunks for you to manage. And so let's look at just short-term goals really quick. One of the things that you can do if you want to, make the goals something that are a measure of attainability is having a couple of different measuring points. So like, this is my must-do goal in the next 90 days. Like, no matter what, I don't care if I have to do it myself on the last day of the 90 days, I am going to make this happen. So maybe you have 2 different components of that or 2 different scenarios, like a must do, a could do, a should do. Like could assumes maybe if some things went right, you had some people come into your business or, things went really well if you've been facing health issues or any of those kind of things. But must do is like, this is happening, like I'm committing to it. If I have to do it all by myself and drag everybody across the finish line, this is what I'm doing. So you don't have to do all 3 of those. What I think happens is if you have a level of commitment, you're telling yourself that this is going to happen. And so it gives yourself a little bit of an out if you want to think a little bigger and maybe if some things go right and some things happen that are beyond my control or kind of bonuses, then I could do this. But I am guaranteeing you I am going to do this over the next 60 to 90 days. So then what I do is I take whatever that end is and I break it down over the time period backwards. Okay. So for example, let's just say your goal over the next 90 days is to help 3 people on your team get to life for 300. Let's just say, for example, that's your goal. So that means that you've got to have 3 people get to 5-5. So that's at least a minimum of how many sales? 3 people, life for 300. Some of you drink less. Some-
30.
It's 30. Okay, 5-5, 3 people. So it's gonna take a minimum of 30 sales, right? So if that means we've got to put in a minimum of 30, it's probably gonna be a little more than that, right? Because it's gotta be 5-5. And so that means that you probably need to shoot for 40 to 50 sales. And if you've got 90 days to do it, that's 1 to 2 sales every 2 days. Okay, so you can take your 90-day time period, you can look at how many sales that is, and now you can break it down into bite-sized chunks that are easy for you to quantify and measure. Because then at the end of each day or two, if you're watching your sales and no sales came in, you're like, okay, I just finished 2 days of no sales. That means the next couple of days, I need to get 3 or 4 or 5. Like, we got to have a sales boost. So where can I go find it? Who is one of those people? Who's close to getting it? Who can I go help get over the top and get to live for 300 so I can make up for these last couple of days where we didn't put in the right number of sales? Okay. Now, some of these goals will build. So as you get more people in, the sales numbers will start to come in later in the 90 days. So maybe at the beginning of the 90 days, you're only putting in 1 a day, but then towards the end of the 90 days, you're putting in 3, 4, 5 a day. Okay, because as your team grows, then it's not just you. It's not just maybe you have 2 people that hit it in the first 60 days. Now you need 1 more person, and you might have 3 people that have the potential to hit it. And so at the end of the month, you can help 2 or 3, and then it blows you past your goal. Okay, but if you're 30 to 60 days in and you don't have 1 life for 300, that's a problem, and you can identify it, and you can go force somebody to that number. So see who's the closest and go spend 24 hours with them and say, we're camping out in your town today. We're going to go sit at a Starbucks, call everybody in your phone, and I'm not leaving until we sign 5 people up. I've done that a lot. Okay. So then we're forcing the activity, because are we a creator? Are we a facilitator? See, facilitators just sit around and wait for people to pop up and wait for things to happen and wait for people to do meetings and set things up. A creator takes the situation, forces the activity, and causes the sales to take place. These are sales that would have not existed if you hadn't have done X, Y, Z. Shown up, done the meeting, scheduled it. Just like when I went to Atlanta 2 weeks ago, if I hadn't gone to Atlanta on the Friday before Christmas, we wouldn't have we put in at least 5, 6, 7 sales that night. Plus, we got to talk to John. We did another call scheduled from that. So that one activity, that me leaving on the Friday before Christmas, created at least a dozen sales. Plus, John just hit a rank, and we got some other people that are going to. You see how you can look at that one thing, and it's the difference between being a facilitator versus being a creator. All right. Here's the other thing. You have to share them. So all these goals that you're setting today, you need to share them with your spouse. You need to share them with your children. You need to write them down. You need to put them on Post-it notes. You need to put them on the fridge. You need to put them on your mirrors in the bathroom. You need to put them on your steering wheels. You need to put them on your odometer on your car. You need to put them on your TVs. Get 2 or 3 Post-it note pads and put your short-term, your midterm, and your long-range goals, and put them everywhere around your house. Anywhere where you have distractions too. Okay? And we're going to talk about vision boards in just a minute. And on your vision board on your phone home screen, I'm encouraging you to put them there too. Anywhere you have something that's a distraction is where you need to have your Post-it notes. So especially if you've got physical goals, putting those Post-it notes on the fridge, putting them in the pantry, putting them above the snacks, putting them on the inside the fridge, putting them outside the fridge. If your goal is to lose 10 pounds, put those goals where you can see it and where you can remind. Because once again, your biggest battle, your biggest obstacle is yourself. And so any of those distracting places that eat your time away, that's where you want to have these Post-it notes. So share them with everybody. One of the other things that I'm going to recommend you all get, Jesse Itzler has a calendar that is a full 365-day calendar. It's called the Big Ass Calendar. It's on Amazon. It's like $40 and it has every day of the entire year. I'm putting it up in my office and I'm suggesting that everybody else do the exact same thing. He's got some color coding system that goes with it. He's awesome. He has an entire training online talking about it if you want to go watch the training. But it's like $40. It's got all 365 days. And so you can put your goals there. You can put your meetings there. You can put your calendar there. We're going to go through the calendar in just a minute for the year. I'm going to give you some dates, but I am suggesting that all of you get that calendar. So don't just put your goals up. Don't just use the Post-it notes, but also use the 365 calendar and make sure your family, your spouse, your kids, make sure they all know.
Google Big Ass.
It's on Amazon. It says Big Ass calendar. It's like it's like the half town. Big Ass calendar.
Big ass.
It's on there. It's on Amazon. I'll post it in the news too, but it's there.
Distracted.
Okay, here's the other thing. I am encouraging all of you to do what we're doing right now, this section of the training with everyone on your team. If you can do it as a group, great. But if you have to do it with people individually, fine. We're obviously recording and streaming this. They can watch this as well, but that's not enough. You need to get people to action. And so you need to have this same conversation. So what I'm suggesting is this coming weekend, a week from yesterday, then in all of your markets, you do a vision board, calendar, goal setting meeting with everybody on your team. Call the people that are unengaged, disengaged, and be like, I'm going to help you get what you want to accomplish this year, whether it's Bryte Lyfe oriented or not. It could be physical, it could be financial, whatever it is, and have a vision board, goal setting, year planning session with everybody on your team in every market next Saturday. So I'm going to be somewhere next Saturday. And wherever I'm at, I'm going to do this exact same thing with whatever team it is that I'm working with. And I'm going to get to that in just a minute. Okay. So do this immediately. And once you get in the habit of doing this, you should be doing this with every person that you bring into the business, because you cannot effectively manage people and work with people if you do not know why they're doing what they're doing. My biggest mistake, this was probably the biggest mistake of my career, was assuming that everybody wanted the same things that I want, the same goals, the same achievements, the same income, but also that means, right, that they had to have the same commitment and work ethic and dedication, which clearly they didn't have. And so that was my biggest learning lesson, was because not everybody wanted what I wanted. And so I was just assuming that everybody wanted to do what I wanted to do, make as much as I wanted to make, work as hard as I wanted to work, and that's not the case. And so you can't work with people effectively in this business if you don't know what motivates them, if you don't know what inspires them. Is it about travel? Is it about money? Is it about memories? Is it about lifestyle? Is it about community? Is it about giving back? Is it about making a difference? Is it about impact? Is it about, family? Is it about memories? Is it about saving for college? Is it about getting a new house? Is it about moving out of the town they're in? You don't know unless you ask. So this should be normal behavior, normal action planning as you're getting people started in your business, okay? Now, the next thing that I want you all to do, and I don't want to stop right now to do it, but I would encourage you to do this with your family and with your teams, is to make a vision board. Now, you can do a traditional vision board and get poster board and have everybody bring a few magazines and bring a poster board and do a whole vision. I've done these for years. where you do a full meeting, everybody comes, you cut them out, you make your vision boards. But I also think an easier, faster way to do it is to make a vision board for your phone. And so you can just take a photo collage app. They're free online. You can take photos of things and you can make a photo collage for the screensaver for your phone. It's a faster, easier, immediate thing that you see all the time. You can put your goals right in the middle. Okay, so just type them out on Note or Word or whatever, put them right in the middle, and then put what your rewards are on the side. Part of having goals is you need to have rewards for yourself. So when you hit that short-term goal, okay, you need to reward yourself because remember, we're training our subconscious. So when we start rewarding ourselves and recognizing the achievement, it doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be crazy. Maybe it's something for your spouse. Maybe it's something for your kids. Maybe it's you book a trip. Whatever it is, put those things on your vision board with what you want to accomplish with these short-term, midterm, and long-range goals. Okay? For me, one of my biggest dreams, and it was my vision board forever, was to buy a yacht. And I bought, it's so crazy because I had a picture of a gray Persian yacht on my phone for probably 6 years because I loved the boat. And then that was the boat that I actually wound up getting. And I haven't seen that vision board on my phone in literally probably 6 or 7 years when I bought it. And it was almost the exact boat that was on my screensaver on my phone for like 6 years. And I didn't even realize at the time. But that's how strong our minds are whenever we put things in front of it and we see it over and over again. I also lived in a house in Dallas that looked almost identical to a house that I had on my first poster board, vision board that I made in 2006. And I lived in it in 2016, 10 years later. Okay. So what I'm telling you is doing this is powerful. You don't realize how you're programming your mind when you're making these vision boards, whether you do it with poster board and this is a powerful activity for your kids. This is powerful for your family, for your spouses to do this now. You should do this every year. And what a better time than in January to set your intentions, to find out what your kids' goals are, what their dreams are, what they'd like to do, what their interests are. This is a powerful exercise that you can go through with not just yourself, but your family and all of your reps as you grow. Now let's talk about what has to happen in order to hit these goals from a Bryte Lyfe standpoint. Now you can take these same activities and you can convert them based on what it is that your goal is. But here's the thing that is important. You have to realize what is required to get to what your goal is. You can't just set a goal and then go, okay, let's get it. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. What does that look like? So what I'm going to encourage you to do is make sure that if you're setting these goals, that you know what has to happen from an activity standpoint for you to achieve those goals. So if it's physical, you should talk to Noah or Corey about what you need to do those things. If it's lose 10 pounds, if it's to lower your body fat percentage, if it's to get your cholesterol lowered, whatever it is, you need to understand these are the things that it's going to take. You can't just do them 1 week and then not do them the next week. You can't go to the gym for a couple weeks and then take a couple weeks off. It's about consistency. If you're going to achieve goals, the number one thing I will tell you is that you've got to be consistent with what you're doing. Now, I did a training a little while back on the part-time work week. Okay. And how many hours did I tell you you could do and have success if you did it every week for a year? You could be at 6 figures. How many hours? 4. So I gave you a 4-hour part-time work week. Now, here's what I told you. That is a part-time work week, and it will take you a year to get to 6 figures. Nobody's even been in this a year yet. But I promise you, if you do that 4-hour work week every week and do not miss a week for a year, you will be at 6 figures. So you'll be at Lifer 7,500 part-time doing a 4-hour work week. Now, today, you're the 1%ers. The 4-hour work week should be for the masses, the general population. 4 hours is not a lot of time, okay? So what I'm going to propose to you today is a full-time work week. Now, none of you have ever had a full-time job that was 7 hours, okay? Nobody's going to consider that full-time. But I told you in that training that in network marketing, you can be part-time for 4 hours a week. So all I'm basically doing is just doubling it, not even. I'm going to 7 hours. And so this is a full-time work week, okay? And I'm going to show you that if you do this every week for the next 90 days, you will be at 6 figures in 90 days instead of 12 months, okay? 1 weekly meeting per week live meet. So that means you have to run 1 live meeting in whatever market it is. It could be your home market, it could be a different market, but you need to run 1 live meeting per week. You don't even have to present. You can show a recorded presentation, but you have to do 1 belly-to-belly physical event that hopefully grows over time every week. So that's 1 hour. You must spend at least 1 hour of real inviting for 1 hour, meaning that you're literally calling or texting for 1 hour straight every week, okay? And you can clock this stuff. Take your timer out, take your phone out. You do not have to do it for an hour at a time, but during the week, you have to do 1 hour where you set your timer on your phone, and all you're doing in that 1 hour is texting or calling and inviting to presentations, okay? You can time all of this. 1 hour of training a week, which is done on Saturdays. So you don't even have to do it yourself, but you've got to get all of your people to plug into that too. So that means that if you're not training your new people, you have to at a bare minimum make sure that they're getting on the training every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, or you're doing some kind of training, fast start, new member training for your team every week. So you need to be looking at that 1 hour as not just you doing it. You have to make sure your team is doing this too. So they don't have to do all 7 hours, but the training is not so much just about you. It's also about making sure your new people have upline support and have mentorship regardless of who signed them up, because most people are not doing it right. So I've always treated my entire team as if I'm their sponsor. You can come straight to me. If you need mentorship, if you need training, if you need coaching, right now I'm telling you, you can come to me. So if your mentor is not stepping up and not doing these things, you come to me and I will make sure you have all the resources that you need. Okay? So that's the same thing that you should do. Doesn't matter who signed them up or who their sponsor is. I'm going to work with the people who want to work. I don't care who signed them. If you're in, you're in. Right? I will go past. It doesn't matter. We don't need to, well, I don't want to go talk to so-and-so's people. I don't want to, so what? You go to the people who want to work and you treat them just like they're yours. Yeah.
Do you recommend like teaching an invitation script, or what have you always done with that?
Well, I've been using the 3-step text at the end of all the Zooms that I've been doing. I think the 3-step text is powerful because it's simple. And, you know, obviously people can use the Zoom meetings until there's a live meeting, but the 3-step invite really can be used for a live meeting as well. Because here's the thing, I don't ever invite somebody to something if they can't be there. So the first thing I do is if we're doing a Tuesday presentation at a sports bar or restaurant, my text is this: what are you doing Tuesday night at 7:30? If the response is nothing and why, I go, perfect. You know what you're doing? You're meeting me at Sammy Jack's and we're going to go have a beer. I'll see you there at 7:30. I'm buying. I'm invited. Nobody's like, What are you doing? Why are you inviting me? What is it? No, does it matter? Do I have to have a reason to buy you a beer at 7:30 on Tuesday night? Get your ass there and I'll see you there. This is the way I talk to people because this is the way people are used to talking to their friends. When you get all like, well, I would like to request your presence to come to a presentation at Sammy Jack's of the most amazing travel club that you've ever seen. That's not, you should talk to your people the way you always talk to them. Anytime we can help people do something natural that they've already done, you're winning. Anytime you change it up, that's why I don't do hotel meetings. That's why I don't rent meeting rooms. That's why I do bars and restaurants. Because how many of you have ever had food or drinks with your friends? Everyone. How many of you before network marketing had ever invited your friends to a hotel meeting presentation? 2 of you. I said before network marketing. So 2 of you. Okay, it's not a normal thing. Everybody's invited people to food or drink. So my invite is very simple. It's what are you doing Tuesday at 7:30? If they say I'm busy, say, cool, I'll catch you another time. But then you know what they say? Why'd you want to know? I go, it doesn't matter. You're busy. I'll call you next week. Now they're curious. But if you go, well, I was going to invite you to this travel thing and it's really cool and I was going to sign you up and it's like the greatest travel club ever. Now you've already blown it. Okay? So if you text them and say, what are you doing Tuesday night at 7:30? And they say nothing, now you can finish the invite. If they're busy, you move on to the next one. Because why would you invite them to something that they can't come to? So you don't start with the invite until you know that they can be there. So I always start with, what are you doing Tuesday night at 7:30? Guys, it's the same thing with the date. What a great way to guarantee that you get the date. Hey, babe, what are you doing Thursday night at 7:30? Oh, I've got this work thing. Okay, cool. I'll catch you another time. Now you didn't get rejected. And now she's wondering what it was that you had planned or what you were going to say. Right? Yeah, this is what you've been missing out. There you go. You got your money's worth. If they can't come, why would you ask them? Right? So start with, are you free at XYZ?
And it doesn't necessarily have to be a private room or anything like that.
No, go to a restaurant over food and drinks. Here's my secret. You want to know my biggest secret of getting, like, I've signed up, now probably 1,000+ people. I bribe them. I've never had somebody turn down drinks or food ever. Or golf. What a great way to recruit them. Take them to go play golf, right? Nobody's ever turned, Hey, has anybody turned down golf with you, by the way? Anybody ever turned down golf? Free golf? Like, hey, let's go play golf. Anybody ever turned you down for it? No, nobody has, right? So it's like, no, I've never had anybody turn me down for golf. I've never had anybody turn me down for free food or drinks. So it's like, Wes, my people don't show up. They don't come. You're cheap. That's my answer to you. Because I guarantee you, if you invite them to come have food or drinks, they're going to show up. So how do you guarantee that they show up? You're fine. I go to a place where it's a set menu, it's a set price, it's not expensive, it's affordable. It costs me a couple of beers or a lunch. Business luncheons are the best. I mean, you invite them to a business luncheon, you have a set menu, nothing is over $12. Tax, tip, drink, $15. If you get 5 people there, it costs you $75. If you can't sign up 1 out of 5, which pays you $100, we've got problems. So you just made $25 and you bought 5 lunches for $15. You paid $75 and you made $100. That's a win. It's called an investment in your business. It's called a business expense. So I bribe them. And I clear their calendar before I even invite them. That's all you have to do. But that's why we've got to do more live events. We don't have enough blues. Our whole culture at World Ventures was built around blue personalities because everything we did was fun. Everything we did was over food or drinks. You're not recruiting blues on Zooms because most blues, this is what they're doing during the Zooms. So you're not recruiting them, but when they're at a bar or they're in a restaurant, they're having fun, they're with their friends, they've already had a beer or two. The pocketbook is more loose, the checkbook is more loose. So why are we not doing more of these live events? And here's the thing, rain, snow, sleet, or shine. When I moved to San Antonio, Texas in 2006, I started a meeting at the Holiday Inn Airport because I didn't know what I didn't know. So I started the meeting at the Holiday Inn. I got a room that was about a half this size, and it would hold probably 50 to 75 people in chairs. And it cost me about $150 to do it. And I signed an 8-week contract with the Holiday Inn. $150 a week plus the tax and gratuity. So I invested $200. The first meeting that we were there was about 6 or 7 people. So that meant that 6 or 7 people, it cost me about $18 a person to put that event on. But then the next week, it was like 9 or 10. And then the week after that, it was 11 or 12. And then the weekend after that, it was like 20 to 30. And then it was 50 to 60. But the thing is I've gone to some markets and the first meeting's been 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and it still costs me $200. But if I do it the same time, the same place, every week for 8 weeks, and for those of you that are doing the 90-day challenge that we're about to talk about, it's going to be 12 weeks. So you're going to be there like the Pony Express, whether it's rain, snow, sleet, shine, 1 guest, 2 guests, 5 guests, no guests, you do it anyway. It should be like punishment. If you go set up a meeting and nobody shows, first of all, it's your fault. Because you should be leading by example and you should have more guests there than anybody else. So you should do the presentation for the empty room because it should be torture for you and a reminder that you just wasted this hour of your time and setting it up and you dropped the ball and you were a piss poor invite. That's the facts. And you know why I can say that? Because it's happened to me. I've done presentations when there was 1 guest in the room or no guest in the room, and I still did. So I don't change it because it's a festival in town and it's a PTA meeting and it's a this or it's a that. It's Thursday at 7 o'clock, every Thursday, every Thursday, every Thursday, every Thursday. I don't care what the excuse is because your goals don't care. You do the work to get the results or you don't get the goals. It's really simple. You can't have both. This is what you have to understand. You do the meetings for who shows up, not for the people that aren't there. And so if it's 1, if it's 0, if it's 2, if it's 10, the meeting happens every week. And so you know, and you're setting the example by leadership for your people and for your team that you're going to be there every Thursday at 7 o'clock with bells on, and they know. And here's what's crazy. That meeting in San Antonio, Texas that I started in 2006 has been happening every Thursday night for 18 years. My team that's left from what was World Ventures that became Secret, that's now Viago because they have an identity crisis and they've already been out of business. They still do that meeting in San Antonio, Texas every Thursday night. And I started in 2006. Because every Thursday at 7 o'clock, we were in the Holiday Inn, and then we moved to a restaurant, and we've been doing that meeting for 18 years. Because it was a commitment. And so it has to happen. Doesn't matter where you do it, I don't care what market you do it in. What happens is when you start doing this in your market, then what happens is your team starts doing it in their markets. So then it's happening in Jackson, Mississippi. Then it's happening in Atlanta, Georgia. Then it's happening in Bangor, Maine. Then it's happening in Portland, Maine. And then it's happening in Dallas, Texas, and Frisco, Texas, and McKinney, Texas, and in Texarkana, Arkansas, and in Phoenix, Arizona, and in LA, and in Santa Monica, and in Newport Beach, California, and in Pensacola, Florida, and in Naples, Florida, and in Miami, Florida. And then we wake up, and now we've got people hitting live for 800 and live for 1600 every day and every hour instead of once a month. And in New York, and in the city. I've done meetings in the city with 500 people, 700 people, op meetings in New York City. We put in 150,000 people into World Ventures in Brooklyn. No network marketing company had ever come into Brooklyn or in that part of New York and built. We put in 150,000. I did a meeting at like St. John's or some university right outside of Brooklyn. And we signed up 700 people in one day. But it has to start somewhere. So you've got to follow the schedule. So then one travel party, home meeting, launch. You want to guarantee somebody doesn't quit? Help them get their first day. Their first 24 hours, their first 48 hours max. You literally sign somebody up and say, I'm coming to your house tomorrow night. Who are your 10 best friends? Call them and have them at your house tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. I'm coming over. I don't ask them. I tell them. They've never done this. I say, I'm going to help you get your 2. You're never going to pay a monthly fee again. I'll be at your house at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Let's call your 10 best friends that all know where you live, that know your neighborhood, that know where you are, that have been there before, because it won't be weird. You're going to text them or call them and say, be at my house tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. It's urgent. And then when I get there tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, I'm going to sign at least 2 up. Now that person's never paying their monthly fee again. Now they're locked in. That person's never quit. And if I did that with them, guess what? Those 2 people that I signed up that night out of the 10, or maybe it's 4 or 5, I'm going to your house tomorrow. What's your address? Call your 10 best friends. I'll be there tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. We're going to get your 10 best people over there. I don't ever want you to have to pay your monthly fee again. Now it becomes, when are you coming to my house? See, you don't have to beg. If you're going to beg people to come do meetings and to come show up stuff, that's the wrong people. When you tell the right people that are excited right at the time they sign up and they're ready to get their money back right now, they'll do whatever you tell them. I just got in. You want to get your money back tomorrow? What's your address? Let's get your 10 best people there tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. I'll be there. I'll help you sign them up. You'll never pay your monthly fee again. This is what's not happening. But this is what we did 20 years ago, right? It's the extra activity. It's doing this stuff consistently, because then it's not, if you're not, well, my people don't want to do meetings. They're already disinterested. See, because here's what happens. If you understand this, you'll never have it happen to you. The problem is that when somebody signs up, you sign them up and you abandon them. You leave them for 24 to 48 hours. And in 24 to 48 hours, they go talk to everybody that they want to talk to, but they do the presentation over the phone and they've only seen it once. We just talked about it, right? All of the information that they got, how many of you said you could do a good presentation right after you saw it the first time? Yet this is what you do. You sign somebody up and you leave them to go do the presentation for themselves for 48 hours. Why do they get disinterested and unexcited? Because they get told, no, they're crazy, it won't work, it's a scam, those things never work, it's a pyramid, and now they never invite anybody. And nobody ever even gets exposed. Because they went out and tried to do it on their own. They've never even been trained. They've never even seen a presentation, but the one time for 20 minutes. But yet you assume that they're just going to go out there and be this network marketing superstar legend anomaly. And they're going to figure it out and they're going to show up with guests when you have a meeting in 3 weeks. So now for 3 weeks, you've just left them in no man's land. They have nowhere to go. They don't know about the Zooms. They don't know how to invite. They don't know what to say. And instead, they're saying all the wrong stuff. They're telling them how much it costs. They're telling them that it's this travel thing. They're going to get rich. They're going to own an island. They're going to be on yachts and jets. And their friends think they're crazy. But if you show up at their house the next day and you do the presentation or pop in a video and help them get their 2, now what happens is now they're locked because now they know it works. It's the biggest mistake people make because we're 1%ers. So the problem is my biggest mistake was I assumed everybody was going to do what I did because I actually listened to my mentor. My mentor said, Wes, I said, how can I really kill this? How can I make money? Because that's what I want to do. He said, you see those chairs right there? I said, yeah. He said, you go put people in those chairs every time you see me, there should be people in those chairs. People used to joke around with me. I had an R8 at one point during World Ventures. I got 6 people into my R8 to take them to a meeting because my mentor told me I should always have more guests than everybody on my team because they were looking at me. And if they had more guests than me, the next time they wouldn't. The first time your team outworks you or out-recruits you, they stop respecting you. So when you have a meeting and you walk in like the big shot and you don't have any guests there and you don't have any prospects there, guess what you just taught your entire team? They can be just managers, just a facilitator, just gonna work with the people who show up rather than being a creator. So what you're doing is by forcing the activity and creating the activity and getting people to engage and getting people to have the right information, and you go force activity and force the action and help them have success. Then what happens is now they're like, this works. Whatever Wes did is working. Whatever he tells me to do, it's happening. He told me to get 10 people here. I did. I got 2. I'm free. Now their people are doing that same thing. It creates a culture of action. It creates a culture of creation rather than just sitting back and waiting for people to show up that are going to do it. So game planning is huge. Going through the blueprint, making sure people know how to invite, making sure you make it simple, creating activity immediately. Don't wait a week because the more you wait, the longer they do it the wrong way. And the more no's they get, the quicker it is to fail. The quicker it is to them quitting and not showing. They're never more excited than they were the first time they saw it. How many of you right now remember the exact time where you were when you saw Bryte Lyfe the very first time? How many of you can remember? By show of hands. How many of you can remember it the 21st time you saw it? Nobody? You don't remember that? I did a really good Zoom that night. It was your 21st presentation. See, nobody's more excited than they are the very first time they see it. So when they sign up on the spot and you get them engaged right then, they're never more excited than they are right then. So when you tell them to get people to their house tomorrow, they listen. If you let them go try to do it for a week the wrong way, when you ask them to get people to their house next week, nobody shows up because they've already talked to those 10 the wrong way, presented the wrong way, told them too much, and now they've already faced rejection. So for most people, getting rejected is the reason why they quit. It's not our program. It's not our program that's the problem. It's people's despise for being rejected. The reason why sales is the highest paid profession in the world is because you have to be told no, which is rejection, more than any other profession in the world. That's the reason why salespeople are the highest paid people on the planet. Do you know how many times Elon Musk has been told he's crazy? Batshit crazy. Not just like crazy, but like literally insane. Most of our people are never going to be talked to like that when they do it wrong with this business. They're not going to be told that intensely that they're crazy. This is a guy who has been told his entire life, bro, did you get dropped on your head as a child? What are you talking about? Going to Mars, self-driving cars, electric cars? I mean, where are you from? That's why he's the richest man on the planet, because he's been told no, and that he's crazy more than all of the rest of us will ever be combined. But the problem is most people, once they've been rejected once or twice or 3 times, that's all they can take. So if you let them go do it for them by themselves for 2 days or 3 days or a week or 2 weeks, that's why they stop showing up to meetings. That's why they stop inviting, because they can't handle the rejection. If we could handle the rejection, we'd all be as rich as Elon Musk. Most people can't. So your goal should be to try to insulate your people and keep them in the bubble as long as possible. to keep them in the bubble of positivity and protection. It's like you're putting this bubble around them. If you guide them and teach them and force them into action and help them get their first two and show them the right way to do it, and you have a system that they can plug into, a meeting, a local meeting, a support group, team get-togethers, team hangouts, all the things that keep them in the bubble, because now you keep them away from the kryptonites. See, when people come here, it's like the cape, right? It's like you go get your Superman cape on, you go get it, you go change it, you come here, and then it's like, I can talk to anybody about Bryte Lyfe. I'm right here, I'm talking to the bellman, I'm talking to the cab driver, I'm talking to everybody I come into contact with on here. But when you're not around the vibe, when you're not around the people, we forget about it. We don't talk about it. We're nervous. Well, what would I say to them? Well, what if they say no? What if they don't do it? What if they tell me no? What if they tell me it's a scam? What if they tell me it won't work? What if somebody makes fun of me? What if they laugh at me? But what's funny is when we're around this energy, I don't remember who it was last night, it was like, yeah, I was trying to recruit the driver yesterday. Yeah, but do you try to recruit the driver when you're at home every day? Are you talking to every waiter? Are you talking to every checkout person at the counter? Are you talking to every person that you come into contact with? Are you acting as if today's the last day of your goal in your life depends on it? Or is it only whenever you've got your cape? See, this is the problem for most people, because most people can't handle the rejection. So the more you get rejected, the less confident you are. The less confident you are, the less productive you are. The less productive you are, the less you produce, the less you create. And then we get to a point where we don't get what we want. Lunch meetings, game planning, right? Game planning is training, lunch meeting. I buy people lunch all the time. Lunch is like one of my top secret things. Having a business luncheon where you can do it in your local market. It can start with you and one or two people and invite your whole team. Find a room that's big enough, do a lunch meeting. Everybody wants to get out of the office that works in offices. So having an escape from lunch and work is an easy slam dunk presentation. I've recruited some of the best people in my career over lunch. So one weekly meeting per week, live meeting, 1 hour of inviting, 1 hour of training, one travel party, game planning, 1 hour lunch meeting. And of course you could mix in a Zoom in there. But then I also even included commute time. So if you don't live in Portland, Maine, and there's only deer on the roads, then if you have to deal with traffic in other places, you've got more of a commute, or if you have to drive to bank. Okay? But I want you to look at what that time is, and you can put the Zooms in there if you want and bump it up to 8 hours, and you can do 4 Zooms or 5 Zooms and be at an 8-hour work week. This is a full-time work. But we have to get better at the physical activity, because this is the thing, in my opinion, we're missing, because the Zoom should be extra. The Zoom should just be, extra gravy for people that don't live where you are, or there's not a live meeting, or there's not a live meeting yet. That should all be extra. This should be the prime time business.
It was.
Yeah.
Live in a city like ours and this, in cities like that. You're right.
Oh, thanks.
Locations like Atlanta.
Mhm.
It's impossible to get like a person.
Right. Well, so that's why we talked about north and south, right? So like for Atlanta, I envision Tuesdays, North Atlanta, or Tuesdays, South Atlanta, Thursdays, North or South. You're not going to get people, because remember, here's what you have to realize. The presentations need to be for the guests. Okay? The presentation should be easy on the guests. It's not about the members. It's not about you. It could be inconvenient for you. It's supposed to be convenient for the guests, but we have to have a reason to get them there. So if you're in an area where there's traffic, or it's harder to get to or harder to get around, bribe them. So do it at a place where there's food or drinks and buy them dinner, because then they'll drive the extra 20 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. But you need to be in an environment where your prospects should not have to drive more than 30 minutes. Because remember, they don't know what's in it for them. If you've invited the right way, they don't know why they're coming. That's why I bribe them. That's why I like restaurants. I will buy their food. I'm like, I'm buying, you're driving. Shut up. I'll see you at 7:30. You know, like if you're buying lunch or dinner or drinks, they can make the drive 20 or 30 minutes. But beyond that, you probably want to think logistically about having a north and south, east and west, or Tuesdays in, Scranton and Thursdays in Dallas or wherever, whatever your markets are. Y'all know that better than me, and I'll help you. So if you have markets like that or multiple markets, talk to me. Tuesdays, Thursdays are the best nights for meetings. Business luncheons could be any day, really, Monday through Friday. I've had some great Friday business luncheons. It's the end of the week. A lot of people leave the office early. Doing a Friday business luncheon is a great day because it's not a typical productive meeting night. We don't do the Zooms on Friday night because of that. So doing a Friday business luncheon in a lot of your markets. And here's the other thing. I used to do a business luncheon almost every day. So I would do one in San Antonio. I would do one in Austin. I would do one in Dallas. I would do one, we did a lot of them. And so business luncheons could be happening in multiple markets. And if it's a 30 or 45-minute drive for you, that's not a big deal. So you could run multiple meetings in multiple markets because you want to make it convenient for the prospects. It should be inconvenient for you, but convenient for the guests, right? So that's like the best rule of thumb. Now I want to go through this pretty quick because I'm gonna bring up Eva in just a second. And Eva, your stuff is keyed up back there, so you're gonna come up right after this. So I want to talk to you really quick about being and having good use of your time. This is important as we're going through this work schedule because people get distracted by social media and different things that are happening. So you need to focus on prime time activities versus downtime activities. And this is really in your prime business hours. And so prime time is inviting, prospecting, training, and presenting. Those should be your prime time focuses. You should try to eliminate all of these other activities from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So like 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. is your prime time. Before 8 a.m. and after 10 p.m. is your downtime. So that means you want to try to eliminate social media scrolling, Zooming, or like scrolling and getting online, watching TikTok, doing all that stuff. You want to do all of that stuff in downtime hours. So before 8 and after 10, because you can be inviting, presenting, prospecting, or training before 10 o'clock. And then after 10 o'clock, save that for your mindless scrolling or your TV series or all of your other stuff, because you want to be working with people that can be working on your business before 10 o'clock and after 8 a.m. All of that other brainless, mindless, like scrolling and hanging out on social media or reading Twitter or whatever, watching the news, any of that stuff should be done during downtime, okay? So that's really important in terms of using your time effectively, because we get caught in this black hole. If you look at my screen time, I'm almost never on social media or screen time after 8 a.m. and then before I go to bed early, so before like 9:30. So I usually check all my messages, get on social media, see messages, respond. Any of my posts, you'll see it early in the morning or later in the evening. Always during the day, I'm trying to do stuff that are business building activities that I can do that are productive. Because you can do all that mindless, brainless TV, social media, scrolling, watching, whatever, after hours when you can't be working with your people. So if you want to be efficient with your goals and your time, try to keep those activities outside of normal, planning your team, doing reviews, doing testimonials, shopping for travel, all that extra stuff. Do that before 8 a.m., after 10 p.m. when it's not in your prime business building. Okay. Eva, I've got your mic back here. I'm gonna cue you up. Everybody, we have to make sure that we really don't take Eva for granted, because she has been such an amazing addition to our team. The benefits that she's brought, the things that we're working on. There's so many things right now that I wish we could talk to you about that we can't because contracts aren't signed. There's some things that are coming. There's some of these things that are live that are in final testing that are going to be going live. We're going to be doing our regular Sunday corporate call instead of tonight, obviously, because we're here. We're gonna do it on Tuesday night. So we're gonna do a corporate update call where we update this training and talk about some timelines on some of the things that Eva's about to share with you. Because the holidays have made it a crunch for programming and Jake and the team. And so there's some things that are very close, like our videos with Corey, which I'm gonna show you in just a moment. And so keep that in mind, that we've just gone through the holiday season over the last month. And so we have lots of initiatives. And so lots of good things coming. Eva's been working around the clock and through the holidays and was sick. And so she's done such an incredible job. So you're going to see some of it today, but some of this stuff is going to be coming over the next few weeks. And on Tuesday night during our corporate call, you're going to hear some timelines on some of these things from our tech updates that I'm going to be getting on Monday. No, the clicker's right here.
Oh, okay.
Or did I take?
It's on this side.
Yeah, it's right.
Oh.
There you go.
Awesome. Thank you. And then back to my van away. All right, so. With all the Einsteins in this room, yeah. We are gonna become one of the largest travel and entertainment company worth billions. Who agrees? And, I like where it stopped at 15 with Wes's Einstein brain. And I really loved, new year, new you. And his example of, taking it a different way home from work or doing things differently. I have a hellacious interview with my daughter. The best part of it is we get to spend a lot of time in the car chit chatting. So we're definitely going to go lots of different ways. And this year, I'm going to do a lot of different things differently here, even at Bryte Lyfe. And so one of the things that I first learned in the membership business was the art of personalizing the experience. And, calling members by name and in the private club business, member was king, right? So we really had to roll out the red carpet, figure out what they wanted. So what I want you to do is imagine, well, first of all, imagine your passport now and all the stamps that you want. I know that means something to each and every one of us. It's very near and dear to our heart. As a matter of fact, we have to turn it in. We want the stamps, right? I want you to picture an imaginary passport. Okay, this is another passport, a different kind of passport. And this is a Live Life passport, where imagine if every little cool thing you did, every single experience in Live Life you did, you got a stamp for it. And even if it was just to go to the movies or to go see surf or to take your family to Disneyland, or I used to think I didn't like the symphony. I love the symphony now. I want to stamp that. And so one of the things that I've always liked to do in the membership business is liken the members to jelly bellies. Does anyone here like jelly bellies? Break it down like jelly bellies, right? Okay. So, because I used to think, well, if you get a bunch of golfers and target market them, they'll play golf. And then wine lovers will, and tennis players will all do the same thing. But the thing is, we all don't just play golf, right? We do a lot of different things. So we're like the peanut butter and jelly belly, or we're like the strawberry banana or the pina colada, or even some of us the popcorn jelly belly. And so the cool thing about what we're doing with Live Life is that we're figuring you guys out. And as Wes mentions, what sets us apart is that we're the first travel company to really get to know you and get to know what it is that you want to do on your bucket list. And the same goes for Live Life. So we want to kind of take this jelly belly recipe. We all look the same, we're all colorful, but inside we all taste a little bit differently. And we want to make this journey extra special and unique for you. So as we grow over time, we're going to be adding really, really cool stuff, even for the popcorn jelly belly. And we're going to make sure that you have a chance to come to us and tell us some of the things that are very unique to you that you want us to add. Who here knows Russell Johnson? Is that his last name, Johnson? Anyone? He sends me messages, I think, every 3 days asking me, what about this? About this? How soon can we have this? And we love that. So, the first thing I'm gonna do, just to get something up in the room, I'm giving out prizes throughout my presentation, so be alert. And so for your imaginary passport, based on member deals or World Advantage or some of the live life experiences we've created for you, who here has done something outside of travel? And if you raise your hand and share it, you're gonna win a sticker. What have you done? The golf. You've done the golf. Where'd you play golf? At Bryte Lyfe. That's excellent. Very good. Okay, and anyone want to describe the type of jelly belly you are? What's your flavor?
Oh, any but the popcorn.
Any-
I like them all.
Okay, what's that?
We're a little behind.
Okay, all right, so you're gonna get a sticker.
Thanks.
All right, so, 3 hands that have booked travel in the last, 3 weeks. All right, we passing through? All right, everybody gets a sticker. Okay, so. Thank you, man.
Wes is like, get going.
I'll do it.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna do about 3 minutes of a recap on a couple of things, but just some new stuff that's been added to existing benefits that we have. So with World Advantage, thank you for using it so far. Big reminder, I want to make sure all of our members have not opted into World Advantage. So that's the big message I want to tell you is you need to go into the app, you need to opt in, you'll start getting communication from them, and this is your chance to use it more.
Use your mic. Use your mic. It's
And then also the other important piece that I want to mention to you that you may not know is for your business, and for maybe any charity work you do, they will actually help you coordinate tournaments and experiences for travel for you to entertain. That's a huge benefit. At no cost to you. They will help you choose the location and plan the event. As you know, World Advantage has expanded internationally, and maybe we get to the new benefits. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Live Golf, we kick off the new year. We're really excited. These are 3 of their upcoming events. And in the back office, you'll be able to see where to locate your tickets and receive 20% off an event that you want to attend for Live Golf. And I think as Wes mentioned on a call the other day, we're even going to have a chance to play in the Pro-Am during right before one of the events. So if you're a golfer and not a golfer and you want to do something extra special, red carpet VIP, I highly recommend getting in touch with me and I can help you plan that. Group hospitality, absolutely one of Wes's favorite hospitality companies out there. They do spectacular stuff. If you're in Miami, if you're in Las Vegas, best nightclubs, some of the best restaurant experiences out there. And you'll have more instructions in the back office, but essentially all you need to do at this point is email me and I will make your VIP reservation for you. You will get the red carpet, you will get a great seat. You're gonna get 20% off your meal and no waiting in line when you go to the nightclub. So work through me and let me help you make those great experiences happen. This is an extra special partnership that we got to celebrate when we were in Miami. So I hope everyone had a good time when we were in Miami using Group Hospitality. And then just with hot deals. I'm gonna put this down, can I borrow your phone? I gotta show you guys this really quick, tons of questions about this. And I just want to show you something. Oh, I need to go to the beginning. Where are I? Uh-oh. Bear with it. Okay, all right, so FAQ for hot deals and member deals is being added to our master FAQ document. Now, if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime. But what I want to let you know is that there are 3 simple ways to search for what you're looking for on member deals. And so there are these icons, which are really user friendly. When you click on the icon, you just scroll down, and then there are different ways that you can sort for what you're looking for. For some reason, people are clicking on the icon and it's not moving to another page. They think it's broken. So just know that all you have to do is click on the icon and then scroll down. You can also, these 3 lines up on the top left, that takes you all different ways to navigate in the member deals site. There's a ton of stuff. And you may be surprised when you go into shopping, how much you can actually find, not just in terms of buying products, but do you want to shop wellness? Do you want to get the calm out? Do you want to look for different ways to rental cars? There's probably about 27 different categories you can search under there. And then, and Natalie was just telling me, she's really simple in her search. She just types right here in the search bar what she wants to find. So I hope everyone here is enjoying member deals. Yeah, question? Yes, I just wanted to know where you go. Yeah, find that. Oh, the dollar, yes, thank you for bringing that up. Just go straight to the dollar sign. But the big deals continue to be in tickets, movie discounts, theme parks. Oh my goodness, I found some of the greatest deals under theme parks. And services and merchandise. I just got a Sam's Club membership and life.
Excuse me, did you say you go to Sam's Club to do this?
Yes, I did.
And under group set?
Under services.
That's under services, yes. Broadway shows, did Dee already leave?
Yes.
Dee was taking her and her daughters to New York for a Broadway show. We've had multiple people use the rental cars, sporting events, concerts. And the list of Broadway shows that they've added since January 1st will really surprise you. They had a ton of stuff over the holidays for Broadway or off Broadway or spectacular holiday shows that completely sold out. And so they've added a ton of Broadway.
Just upset they are stuff in there. 20, like on December 2025.
Yeah,
for the Rockets.
Yeah, that's right. The Rockets are in there. All right, new benefit partners. So we've expanded internationally, 500 more clubs around the world. Popular destinations are Europe, Korea, and South Pacific, Asia, Middle East, England, Italy, Ireland, Scotland, bucket list trips. And so the way it works is you'll go into the back office and you're going to see this just very, very soon. You're going to search under our 3 different partners that we now have for World Manage International Golf, okay? So you're gonna see the club as your first one, and this is Central Europe. You'll actually go onto that website. You'll select your international golf course that you want to play, and then you'll make the tee time the same way you have in the past. So this is Central Europe. In terms of Asia, Middle East, and England, IMG Prestige is our new partner with them that came through Palmer Advantage and World Manage, and then Green Pass Golf. And then towards the bottom here, you can play world famous links courses such as St. Andrews, which is available for a golf trip or tour or a small group. So if there's 4 of you, you're going to want to work through me with this, but this is actually honestly unheard of. This is a really special opportunity for you guys to get to do stuff like this. So just one quick thing, and I know I don't have a lot of time, but I do want to mention something. Palmer Advantage is the parent name for this company, very near and dear to my heart. Something that I know about Palmer Advantage when they partnered with Auto Palmer Enterprises and Arnold Palmer Golf. They absolutely needed to make sure that they uphold the brand and they enter into circle of excellence with every single thing that they've absolutely added into their portfolio. So use this benefit. It is fantastic stuff. And it is the creme de la creme in terms of golf. All right, new Live Life partnership is sports events 365. They're out of London. We're so excited to partner with them. They have 50,000 events all across the world, including sports, tickets, and entertainment. And what's so exciting about this, and Wes was really thrilled when he found this partner, because as we move into international markets, we're going to be needing to want to do things outside of the US. So here we have our great chance to work with a company that operates in 22 different languages and 150 countries. Japan is actually their #3 market that uses this website. And they're 100% committed to make your dream come true. So you'll see, and we'll have training on how this works in the back office for you to get onto their website and peruse around and shop. But this is your way to do travel on the go. So whether you're booking your travel first and then you want to do a sporting event when you get to wherever you're going, or vice versa, plan a sporting event and then book your travel. So this is a great complement to what we're doing. It's a really user-friendly website. It's fantastic. When you go into our website, when it's set up, it'll have a banner at the top explaining what our discounts are, starting at 10%, but they're going to be pushing out events that are really special to us, to Bryte Lyfe. And when they're working on like group seating and different ways for us to get extra special deals above and beyond the 10%. So these are some of the things that you can look for. They do just like some of our other ticket providers. Here's some events that are coming up in terms of concerts, sports, and then they even have US sports here on this website. And then the Club World Cup coming to the US is so exciting. The tickets are already actually available on the website. So as soon as this goes live, you'll be able to go and purchase your tickets starting World Cup starts June 14th. Here's some of the big events that you can see coming up in the next couple of weeks for soccer. And these are all the sporting events on the bottom that you're going to find. We also partnered with Ghost City. They are the largest sightseeing city pass company out there. They're absolutely fantastic. I'm sure you've heard of them. And they are one pass, one price, all top attractions, 25 plus cities, best basically cities in the world is who they've partnered with, 1,500 attractions, and there's only 2 different types of passes, so it makes it really simple. You're either going to do an all-inclusive pass or an explorer pass, where you get to pick what you're going to do when you're in that city. And so I won't go into too much detail, but you'll pick your pass. You'll go into, let's say you're visiting New York, and you'll figure out the things that you want to do while you're in New York. And just to give you, this is so much to read right here, but just look at the very bottom and you can see how it works if you do the all-inclusive or the Explorer Pass. So in the example in all-inclusive, you'd save 46% for $208 if you were to do all these different things in New York. Much better way to do it. Or if we do the 5 shores New York Explorer, you're going to save $137.26. Here's the cool thing. We get this an additional 20% off that.
Nice.
So this is going to be really, it comes with, you'll save money, easy to budget, but there's a Ghost City app to plan your itinerary and reserve your attractions. So it's really going to help you guide you through when you're headed to New York, for example, guide you through the things you want to do when you visit there. So I think this is a tremendous addition to how we basically 0 minutes. Oh my God, but I have prices. Here's all the cities they're in, 2 of my favorite, Prague and Dubai. And share the magic on Facebook was a really important thing that I wanted to give out some signs for really quick. So if anyone has shared a testimonial on Facebook about a live life experiences or travel experiences, raise your hand and you get a sign. Okay. Any other? Who ordered from the flower shop? Can you take that over? Who went to the movies? Yay! Goes to the best.
All right.
Thank you for sharing the magic. Continue to do so. Very important. Yeah, there's flowers. Thank you for ordering flowers. And that's me and my daughter. We went to go see Wicked. We saved $50. We turned around and went and bought our shoes right after the movie, but that's okay. We had a lot of fun at Wicked. Just real quick, we have a new newsletter. It's called Bryte Lyfe Voyager. Sorry. But it's intended to be very interactive. It starts out with a really fun column called Ask Wes. So send me any question that you want Wes to answer, and I'm going to publish it in here. He talks about not just why he loves Atlantis, but why building traditions and visiting places over and over makes such a lasting impact in your memory brain. And also, remember in the spotlight, every single month we will feature someone. But this last month was Denson Taylor. Where are you? He's still in here. I want to congratulate you on being our very first member of the month. And then also, since he's building such a big new team, which is precisely the reason he got member of the month, you're going to get one of the best books I know, Net Easy Marketing by Wes Culture, and you can give that to one of your new team members.
Hey, look, what'd you save on the shoes?
Yeah. Shoot, I didn't even look. I bet there is shoes in there somewhere. Recognition, these are our top 10 people right here that are taking their bucket list trips coming up very soon. And so just want to make sure that you guys are constantly looking in the newsletter and looking for new ways for us to showcase the story, because I really want it to be interactive and for you to give us some input. So, is that fast enough? Do I have like 1 more minute?
No, but
Only one. All right. Well, I'm going to, everyone write their name, and Ashley's going to help me really fast. Everyone write their name on a notepad. Your name, your name.
How big?
Yeah, and then you close and then fold it up. And then Ashley's going to come around and you're going to put it in this packet. Okay? And then in the meantime, this is for another podcast. In the meantime, guess what World Vantage is giving us? They're giving us a $500 gift card towards a golf experience.
Fast. Come on.
So how cool is that? All right. So everybody ready to shake it off? Everybody ready to get out of here? We have 2 more prizes and we're done. But I need the energy. All right. So here we go. Here we go. If you have booked travel on the travel app, stand up. We didn't hear you. If you have booked travel on the travel app, stand up. If you have booked travel on the travel app 5 times, keep standing. If you have used travel 5 times and use member deals, keep standing.
member deals, yeah, coupons.
Yep.
There it is.
Others too. Oh, well, that's good news. Okay, if you have shared a testimonial on Facebook in the last 3 weeks, keep standing.
Here, hold on. Let's just do it. Who's booked the most trips on the app? We got
Who's booked?
to still have another message to get. We've got
Okay.
it. Go right. So,
Okay, so he gets that, and then lastly,
oh, thank you.
We're partnering with Luxury Exchange, our trusted advisor in luxury watches and lab-grown diamond jewelry. And so we are going to be working through member deals to add them to that for you to purchase. I'm so sorry, I keep doing that. The value of these diamonds would be, the earth mine would be 13,000, lab grown equivalent is 3,400. And they're giving us a pair of diamond earrings to raffle off today.
Here, yep. I'm gonna take this part over. So this is a this is Eva really big game. Thank you. So this is a friend of mine and they have one of the fastest growing luxury goods brands where they actually make lab grown diamonds. And they've expanded, they've got collector watches, luxury bags like Birkin bags, collector one of a kind bags, and they are giving us exclusive pricing. So we're gonna get them integrated into the mall, but in the meantime, they're giving us a coupon code to where you could order any kind of lab grown diamonds. Now, for example, we are giving away this pair of earrings today. We're about to do this drawing. Okay, this is a gift from them. If they were normal earth mined diamonds, this set of diamond earrings that we're about to give away are $13,000. Okay, but these are lab grown diamonds. Okay, so they're priced at $3,400 on Blue Nile. So if you go, you can get lab grown diamonds all over the internet. It's a massive growing market. Most people now are going lab grown for engagement rings and bracelets and everything. And so they actually sell these same diamond earrings for $1,300. So it's about 60 to 70% off of what you would pay on Blue Nile, but it's about 90% off of what you would pay if you were doing earth-grown diamonds, okay? So they've given us a pair of these diamond earrings that we're about to give away. And this partnership is actually gonna go live temporarily with a unique code. So you're gonna be given the coupon code this week during our Tuesday recap. And you're gonna be able to shop on their site. If you want to custom order a piece of jewelry, if you see something online that a celebrity has, or Jennifer Lopez, I think she has 6 or 7 different engagement rings that you could copy. You could take a picture and send it to them and they will do it at cost. So we're getting the best pricing that they have. This is a really cool partnership where if you wanted a designer bag or you want a Rolex that you've not been able to find, they can find any watch, they can find any bag, and we will get net rate pricing from them on all of their services. So this is a really big deal. It's gonna be a really cool partnership and we're gonna give away.
Yeah.
Sure. The winner of these $13,000 Estaler earth-grown diamonds is Roy Smith. So Roy, you're gonna have a popular, you'll either have a date, if you don't already, whenever you're done. So Eva will get with you, Roy, to get these diamonds. They're gonna get shipped to you this week. So you'll have the diamonds this week. So congratulations. Roy. And this is gonna be just one of the many examples of partnerships that we have going forward. And I just have one last message for us before we wrap up. Just let me go back to my slides. So what I want to do really quick is I just want to leave you with a story of some opportunity because, we just got out of the holidays. And so you think about the A Christmas Carol and you think about past, present, and future. And so what I want to do is I want to paint a picture for you of what our opportunity is because it's still so young, our company is. And one of the things that we're doing is we're creating an ecosystem. And so what I want you to envision is a world where we no longer pay for travel, and then eventually where you'll no longer pay for anything that's inside of our ecosystem. See, the value of Apple and what they were able to do is that Steve Jobs, when he started it, it started with the ecosystem of iTunes. So before it was the iPhone, it was iPod, and iPod had to buy all of your music through iTunes. Then they took control of the mobile market because all of the apps had to be downloaded through the App Store. So that has been the biggest revenue source that Apple has created because they control the ecosystem. So all of these partnerships and all of these relationships that are coming into our technology will be part of our ecosystem. There's already a lot of people that want to have access to our members and want to do deals with us, but we're only doing partnerships that are going to expand our brand, that match our values, and to become part of our ecosystem. So just like Apple was able to do it with iTunes first, which iTunes eventually became the App Store. And so that means if you have an iPhone, if you have an Apple device, everything runs through what was iTunes, which is now the App Store. So if you haven't been following, Apple has gotten in trouble because their idea for their ecosystem was so powerful that it doesn't allow anybody to come in from outside that's not part of their ecosystem. So in your ecosystem, you make the rules. And so where we're going with our ecosystem is everybody is going to have to be part of our ecosystem. And then inside of our ecosystem is the travel dollars. So we're going to be at a point where in the next few years, not only will you never pay for travel again, but you will be able to use your travel dollars to pay for anything inside of our ecosystem. That means that you'll be able to pay for private jets, you'll be able to pay for short-term rentals, you'll be able to pay for luxury goods. Anything that comes through our ecosystem will be all part of our currency. And those currency dollars that you earn as you're doing what you're already doing, sharing Bryte Lyfe, sharing the brand as we grow, because we're a lifestyle brand. So whether it's designer goods, whether it's yachts, jets, we have a partnership that we're about to announce for yachts that nobody in the world has this pricing. So everything that we're doing becomes proprietary and exclusive to us, and then it's all controlled inside of our ecosystem, just like iTunes. Just like the App Store. But the difference is that Apple doesn't have their own currency. Yeah, they have Apple Pay, they have Apple Cash, but you don't have any way to earn currency inside of the Apple ecosystem. So what happened was, if you look at where telephony was, okay, and it's an evolution. And so this is the part where you have to be a visionary, because right now, today, where we are, this is the beginning. So when they created the phone, it was used to be based on where they had phone cables. So it was only available where phone cables were. When I grew up in a small town in West Texas, we had to have shared phone lines. They were called party lines. And so there weren't even enough phone lines to support the number of people that wanted to have phones when they brought the phone cables to the towns. And there were some places in West Texas where I grew up, they didn't even have phones because there was no phone lines to get to the phones. Then, of course, what happened after that was, then once phone cables and phone lines were everywhere, then you had to pay for long distance, right? So you had to have long distance, you had to pay per minute. Then, of course, there was prepaid calling cards. So then you had to buy a card to call a different number to be exchanged to somebody that was going to connect you to your person to charge you less per minute. And it was all about access. It was all about pay per minute. So then when you look at what happened in the past, then it started to shift to mobile. The beginning of mobile first started at pay per minute, right? You had the bag phones. You had the bag phones in your car. And so then what happened was, you had to pay sometimes $2, $3, $4, $5 a minute to be able to have a mobile phone. Then long distance started getting free with a lot of landline calling plans, but long distance on cell phones was super expensive. So you had all of these changes with technology happening, because as technology evolved, so did the concept. But if you would have gone to people 50 years ago and told them that they were going to have a phone in their pocket, that they could call anywhere in the world, and that they could have data and the internet when there was no internet, they would have looked at you like you were crazy. This is the difference of being part of something that's visionary, that's changing, that no one has. We own our own technology. We built our ecosystem. We have our own currency. So inside of the ecosystem, we control the environment. We control what comes into our ecosystem, but yet we're also creating our own currency. So as you see now with wireless calling, now you no longer pay per minute. You no longer pay long distance. There's no landline phones anymore. Everything is mobile, but it used to all be done with towers. Where are we going? Well, right now, we're going to be going, if you haven't seen it in the news this last week or so, it's going to satellite. So it's been towers that have been all over the country, and you've been limited on your cell phone coverage to where there were towers. So if you were in areas where it was small town, not as many towers, you had poor coverage, poor reception, you paid more for data, you paid more for usage. Now we're going to satellite. So eventually, there's not going to be any more towers anymore. It'll all be driven through the satellite. Then there's not even going to be phones, because then you'll have embedded devices that Elon Musk is already working on, where you can call from your phone, your glasses will be implanted. You're going to be able to communicate with people all over directly through satellite. This has all happened in 50 years. Okay. And so when you look at what's happened with telephony and what we're going to do with travel, lifestyle, and entertainment, there will be a day in the next 3 to 5 years where our members that are working now and building currency in our ecosystem, you won't be paying for anything in our ecosystem. We're going to have additional products. We'll have health and wellness products. We're about to introduce some insurance type products that are going to be special prices for our members. We're working on a lot of things that are going to be part of our ecosystem. And then eventually you will be able to use our currency, our monetization, for you to be able to pay for all of that, all with activity of what you're doing inside of our ecosystem, because we control it. The difference between owning your technology and licensing or using somebody else's technology is that you're limited on what they allow you to do or what they control. Same thing with Apple. That's why Apple controls the App Store. They can set their commissions, they can set their rates, they can approve our app. We've been held hostage over the last 5 weeks from Apple and Google on getting our video technology uploaded with all of Corey's videos. We have a 10-day New Year, New You training that Corey has done that is ready to be in the app, but Apple and Google haven't approved it yet. This is the power of eventually being our own ecosystem once everything we've built is in place. So what we're going to do this week is you're going to see it on Tuesday night. We're going to release it on our YouTube channel unless it goes live between now and then through the App Store or through the Google Play Store. But these are the types of things that as we grow, we don't have to worry about anymore, because as we build our ecosystem, then people are going to be coming to us. They're going to be wanting to do deals with us, and our members are going to have their own currency from all of the work that we're doing. So there could be a day 2, 3, 4 years from now where you're paying for your insurance, you're paying for your travel, you're paying for your wellness benefits, you're paying for your, jewelry, designer bags, gifts, whatever, movie tickets, entertainment, all through the app, all with our own currency. And this is where we're going over just the next 2 to 3 to 5 years. And so what I want you to do is think about not just now. Think about not just what the product offering is now, but become a good storyteller of where we're going. We could be an Airbnb killer. We are developing technology that will allow people that have short-term rentals to put their short-term rentals inside of our search engine technology, and they'll show up right next to Hilton and Hyatt and Ritz-Carlton and all the others. And we're creating revenue models that will allow you to recruit properties into our portal, and you could be earning commissions and kickbacks on all of that. There's going to be so many ways to earn currency and earn dollars that will be spent inside of our ecosystem. And as we expand our product offerings and as we expand these partners, you're going to be able to spend your travel dollars on everything eventually inside of our ecosystem. And that's what we're building. And that's the power of building our own technology and owning our technology and building it from scratch and controlling it so that nobody else has the puppet strings controlling what we're building. All of our competitors in the direct sales space, they're all using white label, out of the box, other people's websites. They have no control over it. They don't control any of the data. They don't control the interface. They don't control the user experience. They have no flexibility in currency or charging or transactions because they don't have banking or merchant accounts. Everything is run through other places. And we've come so far in just 7 months, but this is literally just the tip of the iceberg. We're planning stuff already 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road. The only way you can fail at this is if you quit. It's the only way that you can fail. We can't fire you. We don't want to fire you. Some of you are going to grow faster than others. Some of you are going to grow slower than others. But there will be some of you in this room that travel around the world millions of miles and have incredible experiences with your family, and you're not going to pay a dime for it. There's going to be that point coming very soon because of our relationships, because of our partnerships, because of our technology. So what I want to leave you with this week as we leave here is please don't be short-sighted. Please don't just look at the last couple of months or the next 3 or 4 months. There's going to be a lot of turmoil in the world in 2025, I believe. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in the market and in the economy. And you have to be able to have blinders on and know then we're going to do this with or without them. And remember, they're watching. They're watching what you do. They're watching your actions. They're watching if you walk the walk and talk the talk. And are you committed and are you going to be consistent? Because we're going to get them all. We may not get them right now, but we will get them eventually, because if you live this lifestyle and you allow this to be part of your life and you become part of this ecosystem, everybody that you come into contact with is going to want to live the life that you're living, because you're going to be a walking, living, breathing testimonial for what we're building here. But the problem is that you can't just think about today. You can't just think about the last month. You can't just think about, oh, well, I've made $600 or $800 or $1,600. This is just the beginning. There will be people 10 years from now that will tell you, I wish I would have been there when you got started. I wish I would have heard about it when you first heard about it. But that's only going to happen to you if you're still here in 10 years to have that told to you. But I'm telling you what we're planning and what we're doing, and we're going to have some updates on some of these new things on the call on Tuesday over the next 60 to 90 days. What you see in the app now, what you see with what we have is just the beginning. Over the next year, a year from now, wherever we are for this kickoff event in 2026, it's not even going to look like the same company. We may not even have all of the same product offering. We may have 20 or 30 different things that we haven't even talked about yet that you guys don't even know about yet. And so that's what we have to stay focused on, because I hear so many times people get discouraged with where they are, or how fast it's growing, or how fast it's happening, or who's saying no, or who's saying yes. And remember, this is a long race. This is a marathon. We did not create this company for a money grab. There were a lot of other things that we could have done out of the gate that would have made more money, but would have made the company unstable or not a legacy company. And we could have had a money grab. That's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to build a company that was going to be a legacy company, that was going to be around forever, that was going to be stable, that was going to be legal, that was going to be legitimate, that was going to be something that you could be proud of, that your kids could do, your grandkids could do, and that we could do this for the next 100 years. And that's why we're here. So think about that this weekend. There are a couple of very important announcements before we go. We are doing